Greetings! Hello, hello, hello. Welcome in. What's up, Molly? What's up, Juvie? What's up, Snowblade? What's up, Baby Beans? What's up, Chubert? I miss anybody. I think we got him. What's good? How are we doing on this fine Thursday? on this Thursday. My microphone is like, what's going on here? Oh, let's not do that. Why are you moving? And for why? Excuse me. Hey, man. Why you're... I'm sure that's fine. Good to see a lot of you. How we doing today? Hello, 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 hello. Today is a toss-up. Between Minecraft and Subnautica 2. I think I want to hop on the server, see what's going on, play a little bit with Peanut, and then maybe if it slows down, we'll swap over to Subnautica 2. But we are 100% playing Subnautica 2 tomorrow. We might have played Phasmo today, but there's not even an event happening, and then I didn't really ask the rest of them. So we'll have to wait and see. I could also do the Final Fantasy story. I resubscribed to Final Fantasy 14, but it wouldn't take very long. I only have one patch of story to do, and then what? Then I have the raids, I guess. I think I'm gonna stick to that off stream. I do think it is June 5th that we'll have the big Destiny patch. On June 5th, we might be streaming some Destiny. So, be forewarned. You know, maybe you're looking for someone else to do on a 5th of June. Maybe you won't be on the internet. You know, maybe you just won't even show up to the chat. That's, you know, won't even be here. What's up, Juice is Sour? I see we hit a 140 stream streak. It's the big digits right now. Meaning that Not My Own and Ty also have the 140. Wasn't there someone else that had a 140? Was it Yuland? Somebody else had a big streak, but I don't remember who now. Someone else had a 140. I forgore. Personally, I forgore. Juice is out with the 5 stream streak. Yeah, let's go. Dude, my university had me go and, like, apply to a bookstore to acquire, you know, obviously, books for the courses. And now it emails me, like, 5 times a day, dude. What are we doing? What are we even doing here? How many emails do I have unread? Oh, God. Oops, don't delete that. Is this Brave? I'm looking at my university emails on stream. What is going on here? Stop emailing me, eh? I don't even care. There we go. My God, this song's a banger, dude. What's her name? Indilla? Do I have all the jammers? Poop sock, dude. Huge get. Oh, I mean, ew, dude. It's this song, and then it's the do 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 do. I'm adding it to the playlist, unless it's already there. Oh, what a surprise! It's already there. What's that bloody surprise? Forewarning. I'm drinking Gamer Subs today, so I only just started, but you know, if you know Gamer Subs and you know that I, typically use 3 to 4 of the little scoops, I might explode in the next like 20 minutes. So I haven't even sipped up that much. Also, all of the ice melted. Does anybody here drink Gamer Subs with ice? I'm curious. I had 6 jumbo ice cubes in here. They are all gone. How did this happen? I'm pissed. It's too hot, bruv. It's too hot. I can't bloody breathe. Having a nice Gamer Subs with ice for days now. Come on, bro. Join the club. Let's go. Let's get some Gamer Subs with ice. I did today, but it all melted. It's gone. I might even just go and... You can. Why can't you? Did you run out of ice? Costs me like double to buy these days. Oh, Gamer Subs? Right. That does suck. That is highly unfortunate. Dude, I'm gonna try Gamer Subs with like seltzer water. I'm so very curious. I mean, it would probably be... They make like sodas, don't they? I don't know if I want to do that. I've heard of it done. I mean, they do have the sodas, so it adds up. I feel like it makes sense. I feel like it makes sense, but I don't bloody do it myself. I just don't care for soda that much these days. I used to be a Dr. Pepper menace. When was the last time I had a soda? Not counting in like mixed drinks. It's been quite a while. Years. Pretty sure it was like 2022 when I last had a soda proper. If I have rum, I might have some Coke with it. Coca-Cola, not cocaine. Although, who knows? Who knows? Oh, No Man's Sky, another update. They released the Swarm update. I need to... Now, I'm overwhelmed by games. Minecraft, No Man's Sky, resubscribe to Final Fantasy XIV. That's only 3 games. Why am I overwhelmed? What? Subnautica 2. 4 games. Overwhelming. It's too much. Guys, I quit gaming. Gaming is done. It is Jover. I'm becoming a Just Chatting and solo VR chat world streamer. That's it. If you are looking for gameplay footage on this channel, it is done. It is over. It will never come back. My God, they say digital is better, but this mixer, somehow like turning the knobs, it's so satisfying. Even though I butchered my microphone setup, and I don't know if it sounds any different than it normally would. What does this do? No, 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 no. That's compressing. That's a compressor. What does this do? Test. Oh, no, no, no. We're not maxing that out. We're not maxing that out. Test. Nope. What does this one do? Hello? Oh, I am now in your right ear. Or if you're Joe the Lion and you didn't move your speakers, I am now in your left speaker. What does this do? Hello? Nope. I don't know. What does this one do? Oh. Drop the bass. What does this one do? Hello? I don't like that one. What do you do? Oh. What if Whoa. Hey guys. Wow, this is crazy. How are we doing today? Wow, this sounds wow. Hello? I don't I don't like that. As a matter of fact, I don't like that at all. I don't like that at all. There's so much that I haven't tampered with on this like mic, man. On this Oh, hello? Oh. Test. The announcer got a shop announcement? What are you talking about? What are you talking about right now? Huh? I don't even know what you're talking about. This is Alright, enough of that. Hurts my brain. It like scratches a different part of my brain to do that. I am the captain! My name is Dave! Why is his name Dave? He couldn't have like a different name? Some of these have like a I don't know how to explain it, but it like clicks into a portion, you know, the appropriate spot for the dial. And then the FX turner just doesn't have that at all. No, like I don't why? Why won't this one click in? What if I want my effects to be in a proper level? Also, what would even happen if I like boosted it?
Test. And now I'm going to. This sounds. Hello? Oh? Hello?
Hello? Hello?
What? What does this do? Why? Why is. Why? Why is going? Hello? Why your glurp? I don't know. Why not? Lol. Oh my god. Help. It's so disorienting. I can't.
We love the party and the sound! And why your glurp? I don't know. What if I just spoke an entire stream like that? It's hard because I can hear it because I have like the playback and it's instant.
So when I do this, it's so hard. I can't do it. How? How do people do this?
I got used to hearing myself, but without delay. You getting voice jammed? Isn't it? I can't do it. I can, right now I hear myself back, but it's instant and it's the same volume as me just normally talking, right? But the moment that I turn on that effect, I can't do it. Why? Why can't I do it? Can I do this? I wonder if I can do like a different effect. Can I speak like this? No. What about like, nope. Can I speak like this? I don't like it. Hello. Can I speak like this? No. Hello. Hello. Alone. 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 Test. Test. Hello. Hello. Alone. 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 What about this right? Nope. What about this one right here? Hello? Hey guys, it's me, Aiko here.
Test. Whoa. I'm speaking to you through a tube. And you guys are so tubular, so totally tubular, guys. Ha.
Test. Hello. This only has 24 effects. But that, that's still impressive. Alone. By the way, I saw that and I forgot to mention it. I saw it again today. But the thing you said about like all the Icos and it echoing reminded you of Squidward in the thing where he was alone. Gave me a good giggle. Oh, no.
Gave me a good giggle. Hello? What does this one do? Dude, half these don't make sense. This is supposed to be chorus 2. Does this sound like something that would sound like a chorus? What about symphonic? This here is symphonic. Do you feel the symphony? I don't.
This one right here is tremolo. Can you feel the tremolo? Personally, I can. And this one right here is auto wah, which this one makes sense. I don't even know if this effect goes through the mic for you guys to hear. Help me. Please. And this one right here is the radio voice. I actually kind of like this one, but I could never ever do this permanently because I feel like it would melt brains, including my own. And this one right here is really good. Personally, I'm a big fan of this one right here, so thank you guys so much.
I like that one maybe a bit too much. And now we're done. 24. Broken TV one.
Hello guys, welcome to the RGB Plus podcast. My name is Aiko, your host, your new host because our other host died. Today we're going to be taught what's funnier than 24. 1. Hello, welcome back to number 1. This is Red Hall 1. This right here is Red Hall 2. This right here is Red Room 1. And this one is Red Room 2. And this one is Red Stage 1. And I'm on my stage here today to say, not my own, thank you for 140 consecutive streams.
Okay, I give up.
Okay, I give up. Sweet dreams are made for these. And why am I eating bees? I eat the bees, and the bees are bees. Yo! Joe the Lion, thank you so much for 135 consecutive streams. Thank you so much. Cheer Kwan. WTF. Gyug. And
why you yub? I got like real bad reverb.
What about this? Oh. Hey, what? Did I fix it? Hello? Alone. Alone, alone. Alone, alone. Alone. Wow. It got worse. Oh, jeez. Too much dry reverb. Oh, man. Oh, dang it. How about this right here? Is this fixed? Is it good now? Thoughts? Opinions? What if I lower it a little bit? Wait, what if I lower it more? Whoa. Wait. If I do glorp like this, Okay, how does this sound? How does this sound? What about now? What about now? Hello? Test? I guess I can lower the amount of glorp and then it's easier for me to talk. But if I max it out,
then it's really not good. And I don't know why. Why is it like this? Why can't I speak normal Englishing when I do this?
help.
Please. Please help me.
Hello? I am under the water. Please. No, that doesn't work. No, that just doesn't work. You know, I should be allowed
To mess with this stuff, okay? This was an expensive mixer. This was expensive. I think I'm allowed to do a little bit of mishmash, okay? You are beyond saving, friend? No. No, I'm not. I can be saved. No one asked you to buy an expensive mixer? I did. I asked myself to buy an expensive mixer. It's honestly not that expensive. How expensive is it? Okay. Maybe it's expensive. Now, I don't think I bought it for the price that it's currently at. Just full transparency. I did not buy this for $300. That's just not what happened. Similarly, my headphones, I didn't buy my headphones for $250 or whatever it was, okay? My Sennheisers did not cost me that much money. My Yamaha MG10XU mixer also did not cost me $300. That's insane. I would never buy that. Hey, Ghostman, how you doing today or tomorrow, eh? Which mixer is it? It's a Yamaha MG10XU. I bought it at Guitar Center for a pretty decent discount. So, I mean, it was probably like nearly $200. Oh, you watched The Backrooms. How was it? I have to go see that. I actually watched Project Hail Mary the other day. That movie sucked. I don't know why you guys hyped it up so much. It was probably the worst film I watched in my entire life. I'm on subbing. They hit the feel so well. Okay, that's good. I have to watch it. How dare? Guys, I'm just kidding. I gave it a 10 out of 10 yesterday. I gave it a 10 out of 10. Now, do I think it's the best movie of the last like decade? I don't know, because I haven't watched a lot of movies, like new movies in the last 10 years. I do like The Backrooms, yeah. I have to watch that film. Listen, all I'm saying is this mixer, or I can be like your stereotypical streamer and pay $500 for the, what is it? The Go XLR. Okay? I'm just saying. But I'm more analog than digital, so. Can you read the Snowblade fun fact of the day in the Glorp? Dude, absolutely, man. Because it is time for the Snowblade fun fact of the day. Did you know?
Did you know that on this day in 1934, the Dion quintuplets, the first quints known to survive infancy, are born in Ontario, that's in Canada. Exploited by the government, the girls were housed for their first 9 years in a kind of baby zoo, ogled by thousands of tourists daily. Now you do.
I don't like that fun fact. That makes me sad. I learned stuff today. I actually did not know about that one. I didn't know. I mean, I knew about the quintuplets, but I didn't know that they were in a baby zoo. That's messed up. I didn't like that one. That's not a fun fact. He doesn't care about, what are you, a quintuplet? What do you mean? No, he said he's just here for you. Oh. I'm sorry, man. I'm really sorry. Come on, Snowblade. You gotta be here for everyone. I'm here to watch Aiko and give fun facts. Well, surely you're here for the chat, too. You know, you got homies here. You remember that Juvie guy? Sometimes that fun fact isn't fun. Yeah, this one was not. That one wasn't very fun at all. That one made me kind of sad. Guys, no promises. However, my VR headset and my base stations are to my right. Okay? I'm just saying. They're right there. I don't know if it works yet. I have to plug it in and actually make sure it works. But it's there. It's there. VR chat return? There is a inkling of a chance that tomorrow later in the day, when Boshi is hosting DMCA Friday, I might make an appearance. That is all. I wouldn't expect more than that. On this channel. I wouldn't expect any VR chat on this channel. Don't do it, that's how they get you. Nah, I don't think so. If you want my honest, like, vibe feeling, I would hop on, say hello, maybe do a dance for the meme, and then I would probably just hop off. It's just full transparency. I don't have, like, a real desire to be on. Like, nothing is really pulling me to it. What's up, Johan? Like, people are like, oh, dude, you're gonna start world hopping and you're gonna start streaming it again. I'm like, I don't have that desire at all. And before you're going to be in VR in Minecraft in the Just Dance studio there for DMCA Friday, that would be hilarious, and I need to tell Boshi about that. That would be really funny, actually. I get it. I get the inkling to do RP, then I remember I don't want to. Yeah, it's like, I can totally hop on VR for the one instance. It's a special event. And then I don't know how many times I would ever do it again. I don't have that desire. I really don't. I don't enjoy it, I guess. But to say the least, I don't particularly enjoy it because, in my opinion, personally, just for me, gotta clarify this because people get pissed off every time I make these opinions. I would rather just sit in a Discord call and talk to people on Discord while playing games. I don't enjoy wearing a giant brick on my head that has heaters. A giant heated brick. I don't particularly enjoy wearing it for hours. I don't enjoy having plastic around my waist and my feet just to make my legs move. The controllers are fine. I like using the controllers, so can't complain there. Hey man, let's set a Discord call then. Yeah, that's not going to be happening because currently I am in the Only Neko's SMP voice chat for 166 hours, and it will continue to progress upwards. So, yeah. Please don't ask that question ever again. Please don't request that ever again. Yeah. Yeah, please just don't. Ghost. During winter, it will keep you warm. That's the problem. Okay? I'll tell you the problems. Beat Saber, oh my god, when I did Beat Saber in the wintertime, not in the winter, in the summertime. When I did Beat Saber in the summertime, I had the AC blowing directly at me. By the way, bad idea. Bad idea. Don't do that. You can get sick, okay? If you're sweating and you have cold air blowing at you, that's not good. Weather. Well, dude, you have to put a location. BSR 225F. Oh, thank you, man. Thank you. Oh, now look what you guys have done. You've gone and broken it. Try again. Cooldowns. Dude, what do you mean it's 19.3 degrees Celsius? Are you alive? Oh, God! I'm Han Solo. I'm Han Solo. I'm Han Solo. Solo. Dude, frick this version. Dude, frick this version. Yo, you guys know this one right here. I always knew you were Argentinian, Johan. Can you even hear the music of my fan? This guy got a fan on. Chat, happy 1337 in the East Coast. Capitals? I don't know. I guess Antarctica is just not real. Holy smokes, they freaking blew it up. 2 whole degrees less than Joe Land. Oh yeah, the North Pole, United States of America. Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what I meant. Pretoria. What's the cooldown on this thing? I never added one, I don't think. Oops, I just broke it. Log in. Bossabot. Commands. Weather. Edit. Oh, there is a global cooldown of 5 seconds, unfortunately, and a user cooldown of 120 seconds, which is now 10 seconds. All right, try now. 5 whole seconds? I'm sorry, I know. I'm truly so sorry. That is a long time to wait. Literally 1984. We don't need no education. We don't need no plot control. It's thought control, but I used to think thought control. Oh, here we go. As I walk through the valley. I can't tell if it's the original or not. It's just... Okay. Oh, there we go. Pretoria. 18.2 degrees. Oh, why did I think 1999? Never mind. Why is this song better than the original? Like, does anyone actually like the original more? You'll even get to skip this heat when you're down. Should be at least 17-ish when you get here. Wow, you guys are meeting for the first time ever? Cool. Second. No. It's cooler if you say first. Sound enhancer changes the music's sound quality during playback. Increase or decrease? Sound check automatically adjusts the song's playback volume to the same level. Why does that not work then? Also, why am I at high-res lossless? That would explain why some songs just don't work half the time. Been spending most our lives living in Amish paradise. Yo, North Princess, how we doing today? Ay. The other lads from our group, I'll be meeting for the first time. Was that like Optimus? Is that's not his name? OP. Wait, isn't he in like America? Oh, that might be insulting. Don't tell him I said that. First time since last time. See, now we're talking. Why is you saying I need to continue watching to save my streak? Twitch is really odd. I don't know. I don't know why they do that. This might be my most listened to Weird Al song. Like, I had it in all of my normal playlists. Is that normal? I like that you call him Han. Yo, Han Solo. This time I'm gonna break your heart. Well, it's like when I say Heiko or Hirish. Well, I don't like it. You're banned permanently. Forewarning, again, the gamer subs is starting to hit. Okay? I'm doing the caught emoji. If you know, the caught emo, I'm doing it right now. You can't see it, but I'm doing it. Okay? Explosion! And be sure to use code ICO on checkout in your gamer... I don't have a code. I don't have a code. Maybe one day. Have vegetarian sandwiches with chicken skewers for lunch. That sounds really good. Wow. I'm jealous. Huh. I wonder why this can of soda is so hard and shaky. Oh, no. Wait, I should add that as a reward choice. Oh, my God. Where did I put that TXT file? That's a good idea. A shaken can of soda. Shooketh. Break your heart. I am only gonna break your heart. I'm only gonna break your heart. Shaken can of soda. It explodes and now you're all sticky. Man, that sounds suggestive. I'm leaving it. Excellent. We have quite a few of these. Some of these have not been acquired yet. I'm just looking. You feel a gentle release on your face. I just start narrating all of the drops. Never mind. You're what? You're freaking what now? It says he's gonna regulate the volume, but that was like substantially louder than the rest of the songs. And I bet this one's gonna be just as loud, if not louder. Okay, never mind. I lied. To be fair, the song's muffled a little bit. Yo, thank you for the 30 consecutive streams. Let's go. Let's go. My God. I haven't even sipped on half the gamer subs yet. What am I gonna... How is Peanut gonna deal with me today? If he blah, 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 blah. If he's even on the server. No Phasmo. They're playing Subnautica 2, and Rose has been having, like, a lot of internet problems, so we didn't want to risk all that. Maybe next week. Honestly, there's not much to do in Phasmo. We did the event. We would just play normal Phasmo. Tomorrow Twitter will be full of TwitchCon lanyard posts. Yep, the FOMO's really gonna hit. The FOMO is really gonna hit, and I'm gonna be pissed off. And I'm gonna reply to all of them telling them that I hope they have the worst time. Hey, Peanut, how you doing? Peanut, I'm sorry. Okay? That's all I'm gonna say. I'm sorry in approximately, like, 2 minutes when I finally hop on the server. Yeah, no Phasmo, because there's not much to do. Not much to see. Not much wrong with the back streets. And, you know, I will know if I go. I will know if I go. Hey, now. You're a pop star. Could you show one? Lose all your money? Hey, now. How is Smash Mouth doing in today's... Are they done? They released something in 2023, a Christmas album. Wow. They released in 2005, and then afterwards in 2012. There haven't been releases between then. Then something happened with the lead singer not long ago. You need to clarify what that means. Because that can mean, like, they got canceled, like, they had a health problem, they got, like, hurt. Since the death of the lead vocalist, I doubt they want to continue. Oh. Yeah, I do believe that'll do it. Yes, I do in fact believe that'll do it. Wow, 56 years old. Also, in 2023. You know what? I played All-Star the entire day. I remember. Damn. Freaking liver disease. Oh. I'm just going to read this out. And then I'm going to blur out the part. Yeah, when Jodeline said, I think all of the above, he's correct. Okay? In October 2021, the band performed at a beer and wine festival at the Bethel Woods Center for the Arts in Bethel, New York, where he appeared to be intoxicated, threatening audience members and performing what looked like a salute. He then announced his retirement due to ongoing health issues and was replaced by Zach Good. Have you seen the tone? It's like that color guess game where you slide to guess the correct color, but with this one, you need to guess a certain color from a cartoon show. I have not. Give it to me. What is it called? Is it just called Toon Tone? Free cartoon guessing game. Oh. Oh. I see. Can you full screen, please? No? Okay. What is that audio? No. No. I mean, that looks about right. Maybe a bit too bright. Like something. Oh my god, I don't know. No, his hands don't look correct. Oh, that looks about right. I tried to donate blood the other day, but apparently because I had a blood test done recently, I was told low in folic acid. Couldn't donate. That sucks. Though these are too green here. Am I crazy? Perfect. Evil Bob. Now it's just, now everything's just... No, back to red? What are you talking about? Perfect. I hate you. You're banned. Red Bob. I'm going with this. This green here is pissing me off, but... No, I think he's, like, brighter, man. Something's wrong. I'm looking at the hands. I think this is... $8.96. I mean, that wasn't terrible, but we're not in the top 5, which I guess wasn't... Man, this song's... You got a 6.9? Nice. Nice. What the hell am I doing now? His tie? I don't remember how his tie looks. Isn't it just red? What? His tongue is the same color as his tie? Was it like that? Like a burgundy? Where did his holes go? Why'd they clog him? They filled his holes. Oh my goodness. 7.3. Wow, it is a bright red. What? Oh god. Oh, I got it. No, it's perfect. No, it's literally perfect. Tell me I'm wrong. $9.07. Nice. Yo, another orange. It's my goat. Boom. Boom. That's Kenny right there. Literally done. Boom! I'm saying, man. Now we're Uh-oh. Yeah, I don't remember. I literally don't remember. Why you lie me? Oh, sorry. Why, and how you got here? Why is the mouth changing too? Because I guess it's the same color in the cartoons? I think it's something like this, right? I had 2 cartoons I don't know, and one that's color grading was wrong. This looks correct. Alright, I mean... It is what it is. It is what it is. Yeah, I mean, I'm just a cartoon knower. What can I say? What else do they have? Brands? Oh, God. Oh. Boom, I'm done. Nah, it's just so easy. Oh. Misclick. Is this line? Oh, is it WhatsApp? I don't remember if it's a bright green or not. Product placement has really conditioned our brains to remember these logos. Isn't that crazy? Except I messed up the Pepsi anyway. I don't know. I think it's a bright green, but I'm just gonna lock it in. Oh, it's a mint green. What? What the hell? Any MasterCard havers? Isn't it like a bright blue? I think I like the cartoons one better. Oh wait, is it red? I think you're thinking of Mistro. Maybe. I don't have a MasterCard. Dude, I'm freaking sorry, okay? I think it's a red. I don't MasterCard. Great, and now ads are playing. What's the point? I mean, this looks correct. Right? Oh, it literally does say red circle. I didn't realize the text just tells you. I'm gonna go with this. It might be like a brighter red though. It was. Okay. All right, I'm done. You're gonna tell me it's not bright red? What are you gonna tell me that it's not this? I mean, it's got to be this. Yeah, it's bright AF. – 2005. I'm pretty sure it was still the same bright red in 2005. Are you gonna tell me it was like? I guess I don't remember. Yeah, I think it was still bright red. Also, yeah, I don't think it was that color. Okay, it was still brighter. I should have just gone maximum red. 1886. Well, that kind of looks right. Maybe like, oh, maybe that. We lock it in. It was substantially brighter. I'm just washed. Wait, no, give me a new one. Please. Why are they like this? Yes. Picocho. Boom. It's so easy. Boom. Picocho. Brighter? Y'all think like brighter red? On the Picocho here? I don't know anymore. Oh my god. Bright. What do you mean orange? What is this? Oh, man, this one's tough right here. Boom. Nah, it's just what? Yeah, it's fair. What? Oh my god, his hat. What wasn't it the I can't remember the hat color. This looks sort of correct. Am I right? Green. I can't remember. I don't remember the green. I mean, it looks kind of right. Was it a different, like, tone of green? It was obviously not a super bright green. Geen probleem. How's that look? It doesn't look right. But I can't remember. What? I can't remember his shirt color. I don't remember. Was it blue? Morty. Yellow. Yellow orange, yellow green, yellow yellow. It just doesn't look right. Or maybe that? Wow, I suck. Is it like that? Morty, please. I'd say that's good. Okay. Yeah, wow, okay. There's a little bit of a brighter, not brighter, but like more saturated. Looks like cream. Mustard. Cream mustard. Perry the platypus. Looks about right, right? Seems good. No, I think it's too bright. It's given Perry. Too bright? Go with your gut. I'm gonna go like this. Ooh, wait, that was a lot brighter. What? No way he was like a cyan. What? I'm not gonna lie, they just gave me the color of Stitch already. What? Ohana means family. That looks about right. Right? Bit darker. I feel like that's a... Oh. I mean, whatever. We got an 8.5. Wait, he was way more blue than I remember. Oh my god, what color were your pants, bruh? Not a real fan. Yeah, some of these are really get. I can't remember his pants color. Why? Why does it look wrong? Maybe it was the green. Were they brighter? Lime green. Yeah, it's funny. You can see the whole list of the characters down here. I just gotta wait for Patrick Star to show up. Oh, man. We already had Pikachu. Didn't they have the same hair? Oh my god. Why can't I remember? Why am I fried? Perfect. I can't remember. He's blonde? Nah, too much pressure on me now. What's up, Ty? Just like this? I mean, it just doesn't match his hair. And it's tripping me out. I'm just guessing. Oh, it was way like it was like a honey yellow. All Might. All right, done. He needs color for his bunghole. $9.27. Blue, right? Red? What? Was it like a burgundy? Bright red? Hey, think of the 140 stream streak. Let's go. Maybe like lips? Damn, really? I'm gonna go with it because I can't picture it. Wow, 9.65. We'd be in the top 5 for that. Well, I think it's like a average score. That looks... It doesn't look right. Yeah, I think that's what... I remember it in black and white. That's why I couldn't remember the colors. Maybe that's the problem. It was like... Oh, that looks better, right? Like around here? A solid 9. Okay. Talk about speaking of Johnny Bravo. It's similar. The pants are similar to like the outline here, right? Similar enough. Something like that. I don't know if they were brighter. Like this. And before the pants color is completely wrong, and it was like he had green pants, and I just... That looks about right. 9.19. Not bad. Not bad. No. Dun-dun. 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 Something like this. It looks kind of wrong. Damn, what color's the Pink Panther, bro? Oh, dude, I don't remember. I mean, this seems about right. Oh. What? Squidward. Uh... My God. What the? Hey! Who is that back there? Hey! I can't tell if that's correct. It looks too bright. I mean, that looks correct. A little more pale. I look at this and I think correct. Watch it be a brighter blue. 9.10, not bad. He was way, way more pale. Yeah, what's up, Doc? That seems correct. Right? Maybe darker? Most of my Bugs Bunny memories, unironically, is from, like, the doctor's office. He might be brighter. Yeah, he was brighter. Yeah? I don't know. I don't really participate in The Simpsons. No! 9.24. It's literally the same. There's barely a difference. Oof. Where's Fusion TSK when we need him? I don't actually remember the pants color. I mean, green looks correct. Brown. Gray? Kim Possible. I wouldn't see them as any brighter than this. Maybe like this. Lighter. I'm locking it in. Oh, it's like khaki color. Well, not khaki, but like camo. Whatever. We got 9.11. Can I just pick one? Like, I was supposed to play Minecraft, dude. I feel like it was darker, but her like orange is so bright that it feel like, because you know the thematically. I mean, these are like this almost a similar tone, if that makes sense. What? God, I'm washed. I don't know this guy. His pants? I don't know, that looks correct. I'm locking in. I don't know anything about this guy. Oh, not bad. Not bad. Oh my god, his backpack? Why is everything blue? I just realized, like, most things are just blue themed. Yeah, I thought his shirt was darker. I feel like the color of the backpack... Wait, unless it was brown. Hold on. Wait, it might have been brown. Was it blue or brown? That looks... It's not brown. It's not blue either. What? It's not yellow. Is it green? Is it like a dark green? Are we for real? Dude, I watched like the majority of this show. Though I think like just after a time, all of the information that I've acquired from a show just like goes away. That's crazy. I can't see it. Maybe this? Not bad. Not bad. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I can't butcher the Futurama one. Come on. And why he's blue? Dude. The song's stressing me out. Thank you. I mean, he's certainly not... I'll take Dancing Queen, alright? I'll take it. I mean, it's like a bluish gray. I'm gonna Google it. I don't want to be wrong. Something like this? Maybe more like gray. Maybe like that? He's got like a little bit of a bluish tint. Am I wrong? I'm taking a guess. 9.61. Boom. Winnie the Pooh. Winnie the Pooh. I'm just going off of memory here. You know, as a kid, I had a big, like, Winnie the Pooh plushie. I'm talking, like, jumbo huge. I'm taking a guess here. I'm shooting my shot. That is not how I remember him. It's not. Isn't he more orange? I guess so. That has to be like in the shade. This is crazy. That is not how I remember him. Oh god, Peter Griffin. I don't remember your pants color, man. What? He's doing the Stoga wide, this guy. I don't know, dude. Was it even blue? Isn't it like green? And why is green? And for what? Bard. Bard is the word. Bard. I can't remember. I can't freaking remember. Radiant. And why? And why you? Why? And why? I can really see the South Park kid in me now. Can't even freaking remember the pants of Peter Griffin. Come on, this guy's in Fortnite. Am I even close? Watch you get Carmen's beanie. I don't know. I'm guessing. I mean, not terrible. Not terrible. Oh, God. It just doesn't look right. Honestly, I haven't really watched the show, but I can recognize the... And why? I'm guessing it. Whoa! How? Oh my god! That's the best we guessed so far. 9.79. It doesn't even look that close. Oh. Oh, I don't remember. Oh, I'm not even close to remembering this one. Remembers Gumball's mom? I try not to remember Gumball's mom. I really try not to. I'm gonna skip this one. I actually don't have a guess. I'm not sure I can even, like, rally a guess. There's my guess. Oh my god! Dude! Dragon Tales. It's also fun in Dragon Tales. Come along and take my hand. Was he brighter? That doesn't look right. You like that? Maybe he was way more blue. It's been years. I mean, it's been like 20 plus years. I had a coloring book, so I'm trying to remind myself how in the world it looked. Like this? Oh, no. Why he's a little green? It looks like it's like photoshopped onto his head. Why does it look wrong? There's no way it was like a more blue, right? I'm just gonna lock it in. Wow, 9.4! It was a little more saturated. Um. Um. I mean, they were red, right? It was like a burgundy or a bright red. I don't think it was a bright red. Like that? I mean, it looks correct. Get this chicken fried out of my... Picocho! $9.41. Dude, with this goddamn... What? What? How? Okay. Oh, Tom. Was he brighter? No. Right? Oh, man. Why do I remember like a blue tint? Oh, the Omnitrix. I mean, low-key, I'm pretty sure it was just like a very lime green. It's gonna be a dark green, I'm gonna be pissed off. Alright. What? Sorry, someone came in. Cartman. Uh, this is kind of low-key cheating because I have a poster like right next to me of South Park. Most of them I've never watched. What do you mean you never watched? Dude, these look way more the scrolling pictures at the bottom give you the answer. They do, but you don't see the one that you're doing. Charlie Brown. Wait, you saw him? I didn't even see. Wait, that's crazy that they just, oh my god. Wait, let's see. Oh wait, did Charlie Brown already pass? Oh, he did. What's the point? Then remove him from the page, man. That's crazy. I thought they didn't show up. No wonder people have some crazy scores. I mean, some of them are really specific, like the Omnitrix from Ben 10. All right. I've stalled for long enough. And why she's in the VC? Okay. This guy tweeted at Destiny 2 team, can we have Warmind cells back, please? And you scroll down, and the reply from Destiny 2 team is maybe. What? What's Destiny? Dead game. Dead freaking game right there. They should just unsunset everything for the end. I was right, it can't happen, but it would be nice. I mean, they said maybe in the replies. I'm putting on Minecraft. I was tempted to play some Final Fantasy XIV and do the next part of the story today, but it seemed like a pretty short finale. Or finale in quotes. Still, we're not doing this. We're not doing this, and you're gonna have to accepting that. Okay? Thank you. And I am not explaining more. Looks like we're at the season finale right here of Supernatural. Odds are it won't happen. We have to believe, alright? I need Rune on. And where is Dog? What's your favorite candy/sweet thing, Koyo? Chat, what's your favorite candy slash sweet thing? Wine gums. What is that? It's all a conspiracy. Where's everyone? TwitchCon. EU. Good morning.
Yo.
Hey, how you doing today, huh?
Yeah, I'm doing good. How about yourself?
Terrible.
Oh,
Not good.
why not?
The voices.
Oh,
They're loud today. Have you ever had gamer subs?
no.
Okay. Have you
Where
had...
could I get some?
Well, you can get gamer sub... I'm not partnered. Use
Using
code Todd.
Leaf.
Oh, or Leaf. Or Chris. Or Radiant. Oh, no.
I probably picked Leaf because I know her the most.
Radiant.
Yes.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I primarily use the code Radiant twice and code Leaf 4 times. Honestly, these tubs last for like I've had all 3 of my tubs for like over a year now,
Oh,
and I do three spoons, 3 scoops.
slow scoops.
It's a bit, yeah. I mean, that's the recommended dosage in America, so I don't know what why Enderman? Media. Maynard's original wine gum. Whoa. Whoa. I think I've had those before, actually. Hello. You're leading me
Hello.
somewhere. Did you finish the
The mouth isn't
Aw.
rendered properly for whatever reason.
But they're like almost holding hands. It's kind of cute, even though they're really trying to like kill each other. It's so beautiful. We have to make a bunch of copper lanterns and output devices. Typically, they look white. Yes. And it's double-sided. I haven't had a long time. Sometimes it'd be like that, though. It's better not to like, consume your favorites. What did you say was your favorite candy slash sweet?
I said anything watermelon. And then
Ooh.
fudge cubes.
I think cobblestone would look really good, because it's, like, similar enough to... There's a creeper. Is it inside? think it's inside of the Weeping Angel. Oh, jeez. I feel like cobblestone would look the best. I don't know. What did you plan out? You said deep
It
slate.
was either like deep slate, but then you suggested cobblestone, so I'm considering that as well.
I mean, because they're essentially made just from stone, so I was like, it doesn't have to look too different, and cobblestone will add like a little bit of what's the word that starts with a C?
Cobblestone?
No, you said something contrast.
Yeah.
I think it'll be enough contrast to. Yes. It looks great though.
Thank you.
I was meant to like add more to it. Why didn't I do that again? Project Hail Mary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which I don't. What do you say? Which is fair enough. I would definitely not be building this if I was watching that.
To be fair, I was going to, and I started watching while I I was gonna add more to this or whatever, and then I was like filling it up, and then I was like, oh, I need another trident, so I was doing that a little bit, and I got 7 minutes into the movie, and I felt like I missed some key things, like how he even woke up, so I just restarted the film, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna AFK in Minecraft. I'm not.
Yeah.
It was too good, and had some like details that were important for me to not miss. So
Yeah. 1 second. Someone's calling me on Discord.
and why they're calling?
Mhm.
I think we gotta fill up just one full wing with this stuff so we can see the true contrast. If all you've got to keep is strong, move along. Oh, fortunately, we can actually break the cobble here.
So are we doing just cobblestone then?
I'm just checking, and I'll do like one wing, and if we don't like it, we can just,
Okay.
undo it, but I think it looks good.
Yeah.
What do you think so far?
Well, well, it's only 3 blocks so far, but yeah, it can look good as long as it's the same, somewhat similar pattern.
Did you ever have Bionicle?
Yes, I had the game.
Oh, I
And then
also
my
had the
older
game.
brother. Then my older brother took that game and then switched it for something else in GameStop.
That is.
I really like that game.
Oh wow. I'd be pretty pissed.
I am still pissed.
Oh. What was your favorite Bionicle?
I don't remember. I
So
do not remember any of their names. I only remember that
they had
the
worms.
game was
Ah!
cool. The game was cool, and there was a series, and then I had little toys that could shoot.
Yes. I specifically liked the one that I'd never had, which was the one that was like it had a worm brain. You put like a worm in it. That's the one I remember the most. I had the one that was the main character in the show.
Yeah.
And I had the one that Leaf tweeted out, which was like the Rolly guy.
It's a creeper.
Is it after you or me?
I don't know. I didn't know Leaf tweeted out or something.
Yeah, that was a while ago.
I see.
I thought that was another creeper, I'm not gonna lie. It changed targets last freaking minute! How do people get energy?
Yeah.
This must be it. It's just gamer subs using code LEAF at checkout. One day I'd like to be able to be like using code ICO at checkout.
That'd be nice.
I applied and they never responded, which is okay because
Oh.
they're probably busy and get like 7 billion applications from people every single waking day.
Yeah.
It's no different from the job market here. Maybe if I harassed Radiant to like recommend me, it would work. Oh. Wait. That was correct. This is correct! If you can only see one color for the rest of your life, what color would it be?
What does that mean? What does the rest of the color become? Do I just see red and then I knock into a wall? You know?
You know how Rocky sees?
No.
Well, like echolocation?
Oh,
Like that visual that they made for Rocky?
probably like bluish then. Something just enjoyable to look at instead of something like red or something harsh.
I see.
Probably. Yes. Give me a second.
Yes. What about you, chat? What color would you pick to see forever? If every other color was no longer... You couldn't see any other color. I don't really know how to explain beyond echolocation, so, good luck. Good luck choosing. I think I messed it up. Are you seeing in tones? Yeah, like, if you chose purple, you would see different shades of purple, but you wouldn't necessarily see, like... bluish purple, right? I don't know how to explain it beyond that. If you've ever watched Project Hail Mary, a good example would be Rocky's, like, visuals. And we're cobble. Cobble, 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 cobble. So no hue, but values. What about saturation? If you looked at all of this right now, and you chose blue, like this would be lightish blue. This would be like a darker, like, you know, almost like a medium-ish blue. It'd be like duotone. Does that make sense? It'd be duotone, but for everything. So you have like a value of blue, and you have a value of like a light blue, for example. If you do that. Grayish blue. No. Yes. Yes. If you chose blue, it would be like the I'm blue, double D, double dime. Holy smokes! We need like water down below. I mean, honestly, the only like colors I feel like are a super valid choice would be blue and green. I love the color red, but red can be a bit much. Know what I mean? Like, there's a fine line before red is genuinely too much. And honestly, I'm not trying to be blinded by bright reds. I'm just not. I wish I had another block type. Or water. Because when I at least we know this lower half is no longer dirt placement. We know it now. Yeah. Super technically correct answer, something like a high luminance with a high luminance value, like cyan or violet or something. But I also feel like bright cyan would hurt. Violet might be very vibey too. I wonder if ultraviolet would be included. You would want to see an ultraviolet. I feel like that would really strain your eyes after a time. Dogs can? Can't they? I think so. It used to be like dogs can only see in black and white. It's like, that's not true. That's just not correct. Yes. There were cones or something. Crazy. That is widowy so crazy. Let's look. How does the cobble look? Hey! No, you can't fool me. Mostly because I was looking at chat when that happened. LOL. If only I had a way to hide, like, the redeems for myself. Then I think it would really get me good. They do kind of glow in a bright blue. I'm like overdrive today, bro. This is what, like, if I take a long enough break from gamer subs, it just hits like a truck. Considering my awful sleep last night, I'm quite content with this, this evolution. This glorious evolution. You know, I'll say, League of Legends hater or not, if I had like one person that I had to share a brain cell with, it would have to be Radiant. We're so stupid. I think if I had to share a brain cell with one human being, it would have to be you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Frick. Ulfric Stormcloak. My alarm went off this morning, and I looked at my phone. My sleep tracker was basically like, "Well, you slept bad. Sucks for you." I was wearing my Apple Watch for a couple days just to monitor my sleep because I was curious, and it scored me really poorly. So I decided that I'm not gonna look at it anymore. I didn't. You know what? I decided ignorance is bliss, and that if I'm going to sleep poorly, I'm just gonna feel it personally instead of getting attacked by a device. I felt like I was getting lectured on, like, my awful sleep quality. I was like, you know what? I don't want to know anymore. To be fair, for a little bit, it was like, yeah, you're sleeping great. Yeah, no, your sleep is fantastic. I was like, cool. Hey, what? Hey, why he's? Hey, what you're doing? Damn dirt. Goddamn. Tweaking out over here. Yeah. But my watch pisses me off because it's always like, it's time to stand. I'm like, no. Honestly, I'm not gonna do that. I'm literally just not even gonna do that. And what you gonna do about it? Like, literally. Ow. Chat. If you had been forced to pick one friend to like, you could only have this one friend, on all the other ones they just like disappear. Like they exist still, but they disappear in your life. Do you think you would have an actual choice? Like do you think you know who you would pick? You don't have to answer it. Obviously. Just a yes or no question. I'm curious. Do I get to see them more than I currently see them? Yeah. Not like roommates, because I feel like that's a good way to ruin friendships. But yeah, you would see them more often. It's not like an everyday basis. Yes, but I have like 3. I have like... My problem is I have IRL friends that I would say yes to that, and I also have online friends. So it's a weird mesh. I think my overarching answer would be like 5 different people, maybe. My problem is a lot of them piss me off after an extended period of time. They don't mean to do it, they just do. They aren't even aware of it, and I don't tell them because I'm like, it's cool. I'll get over it. Whoop! Oog! Cute emotes. Thank you, Toastar. Thank you very much. Yeah, my options, I do have solid answers, but it's between 5 people. Now, there's like 3 I can probably rule off just because I don't know if I'd want to see him more often. I do. One online friend, I'd probably be like... I wouldn't even mind being their roommate, I think, but I also wouldn't necessarily talk to them every day. Beef. I feel like I'd have more solid answers if I met some of them IRL, the online friends, because then I'd really know the answer, you know what I mean? Like... It's a tough one. How did I miss that crit? Man, Reaper is awesome. Actually, I agree. I agree. We're gonna continue that playthrough, that save, next week. So mark your calendars. It's going to continue next Wednesday. The only thing is we're probably going to add something that, like, makes it so the shopkeeper is just not enableable by anyone but the host. So people don't troll each other too much. I don't want people getting pissed off, alright? I don't want to deal with it. Would you agree?
Yeah.
Yeah, looks good. Looks good. Thoughts? Opinions?
Yeah, it's looking good. Like the contrast so far.
That doesn't
Is there
sound like a
someone-
very...
There's someone in Discord with me, so I'm just speaking to conversation.
Oh, no problem, no problem.
But yeah, it's looking good.
Yes. I'm gonna type out so I don't like warp your brain. There's something wrong with me today. ¿Dónde está? Es la scaffolding. My thing is with people, I think they would be great roommates, but I don't think I would be a great roommate. I just think I'm too annoying at times. Like, you know, some people just want to be left alone. And I'd be like, yo, let's go out to eat. And they'd be like, no, I don't really want to do that. And I'd be like, no, come on, let's go out to eat. Come on, come on, come on. I don't think you would. Wait, you don't think I would pester them to, like, go out to eat or something? I totally would. Well, you put Kappa. Frick. I don't think you'd make a good roommate. I really don't think so. Cause Kappa, because I originally met myself. Holy smokes! Because I originally met myself. My friends in real life, they have roommates, and they say that they don't interact with them at all. Except for, like, rent payment day. And I'm like, what? What's the point? And it's like, no, obviously the point is so they don't have to pay monumental amounts of rent. Splitting it 5 ways is, OP. But, like, bro... I would at least knock and be like, yo, you want some food? Yo, I'm about to order some Wawa. Yo, you want some, like, pizza? I'm gonna order some pizza. I would at least do that. But it might piss them off. No. We've got to cleanse the cake up top. I volunteered a roomie, but you just moved. You just moved. Like the legend of the Phoenix. Shit, I can move again. Oh, shit, here we go again. No, I can't. I can't ghost. I think I would just... It would be okay for a little bit, and then I'd start pissing you off. It's just not worth it. No, man. I value what we have. I can't do it. What am I freaking doing? 15? Yeah. Yeah. I understand. You know what? I don't know how to explain it. I'm out of my mind. Some days I want to be completely alone, and some days you won't hear the end of it. Also, I need to have a clean sink, or I might smack someone with a spatula. I need to do it. I need to do it. I need with a bit of doit here. Sometimes I look around the corner and I see this guy and I'm like, oh god. Creeper. Look at them! In their eternal struggle. Their eternal limbo. They're frozen in place so they can't even talk to each other. Isn't that sad? They can't even conversate. This is the correct lantern. This is the wrong lantern. Use other people or telekinesis to talk to people in one episode. That is a good point. This is the wrong lantern. This is the correct lantern. This is in your left ear hole. Or if you're Joe the Lion, your speaker, it's on the right. This right here is in your right eardrum. Or if you're Joe the Lion, your left. That probably pisses people off. Chow, are you pissed off? Yeah? Good. Be mad. Why is that the correct lantern? The black works better with the blue bridge. The answer is because these will oxidize and eventually become this, the one you see over here. And we can't make a lot of soul lanterns because we do not have the nether. So it's just pointless, and I won't have enough for the bridge. So for now, we're gonna use the oxidized, and then when we get soul lanterns, I'll probably replace them all with soul lanterns. Can't see my forehead. Chat, can you see your nose? Any nose seers right now? The answer is everyone can see their nose. Yes, these will oxidize and become these. It's slow because they're under glass, but it will happen in due time. Your epidermis is showing. Dude, stop referencing The Simpsons. You know, I made that my title at one point. You still knew it was The Simpsons, though. Well, I only knew because I made it my title. And then you were like, that's from The Simpsons. And I was like, oh, I didn't know that. I can't see my face when I'm with you. No, it's I can't feel my face when I'm with you. But I love it. But I love it. You know, you can stop it with honeycomb, but I want it to oxidize. It actually looks better oxidized. It just takes forever because the... I need more dirt. Or I should say, at least it suits the blue better when it's oxidized. We have to light up the area below as well. Maybe I just need to start like overdosing on gamer subs. Bring it back to the old VR chat days, but with coffee. I mean, gamer subs doesn't make me jitter. Mostly. Oh, jeez. Could you set up a... I freaking hate super shovels. I don't actually. They're great. Set up a load of them to oxidize somewhere else to speed it up. Yes. But I'm not too bothered with them oxidizing instantaneously because not a lot of people go down this bridge anyway. Not a lot of people visit this section. So if it takes a little bit, that's fine. It's fine. The one that I would want to oxidize faster is the one to Tot, but they have to finish building their, like... They're terraforming that side of the mountain. When they come back. And by they, I mean everybody who's taking part in... doing that. Don't let them kill the very soul of the mountain. I'm going to. I'm gonna let them kill the mountain of the soul. You know, life used to be better when I had a water bucket. Because then I didn't have to do all this malarkey. Yeah, I used to do Minecraft parkour maps. That's only somewhat true. I did a lot of Minecraft horror maps back in the day. I remember there were some really cool ones. And I did the Herobrine mod, which scared people to like hell. I did it with my friend, and it was weird. It was freaking weird. There's a really cool horror game slash map thing. It's a game, but it's like a mod almost. That essentially, when you like mess up or if you die, it crashes your computer. It's so cool. We need more games like that. That just like actually mess with your computer. There was one that like opens random programs. It would like open a notepad and actually write in it. Ooh, those were so cool. I never really understood why this song's name is Polish Girl. Because the lyrics have nothing to do with a Polish girl. Maybe they just wrote it because they were thinking of one. Ow. No way, those two are way too close. Oog. This is so oog. And why that a sheep? And for what? Look at that. We can remove that one in the middle and then move it a little bit over that way, and it's going to be perfect. Chat, quick. Thoughts on zucchini? Sheep don't raura. I will tell her. I'm gonna personally tell her now. Quick, I'm waiting. Dzień dobry, TVN 24. See, look, this one already oxidized a little bit. To be fair, they don't necessarily oxidize when you're not near it. I don't know what the actual distance of rendering for the chunks are in the server, but if we were standing there, or even here, the stuff we were cooking at base, even like over there, right, like next to the it wouldn't work. Historian in Minecraft server is just a Truman Show. What the hell is going on in there? Oh. Ah! Oh my god, it made my keyboard keep going. What the hell? No, this won't work. We're gonna do stairs. Also, Acacia. Cringe! Quick chat, what do you put on your burgers? I'm not apologizing for today's stream, I'm only saying you were warned. Cheese. Cheese. It's under the sauce. But where's the cheese? It's under the sauce. Cheese, relish, and onion. My mouth. Hey, now we're talking. Alright, alright. How does this look? Thoughts on acacia slabs? I agree. Pretty good. Pats self on back. Now, if we had blue wood... Dude, what do they put in this stuff? It really gamers my subs. Idea. I went to this goddamn crazy biome where they have weeping angel trees. And we get pale oak. I also have the creaking hearts. Let's try it out. I'm gonna try it out. Okay. Cheese, relish, and onions. No tomatoes? Yes, I did. We've also planted some of them, so I'm going to make the warp arrow sometime soon. Now, how will this look right here? No tomato. Yeah, it's fair. Tomatoes! Chat, is this right here? Is this a country song? I love this new generation of music. Ever thought about slabs for the warp arrows? You just use the normal wood, right? And stairs, but you used the warp. Use the pale oak. Oh man, I need one more. Not even stairs. Oh, okay. I have to look back at it. Well, first of all, whoever put cobble here sucks. What in the God's name is this? Hello? Why was there... Who was cooking rotten flesh down there? Okay. Mucho excelente. What would be a good contrast for pale oak? Unatria. I hope I said that right. Thank you for the follow. Thank you so much for the follow. I think we're just gonna do the fences. The logs kind of is. Well, let me explain my course of action. I need to put something on top of the logs. Like a wall or a fence. And on top of that will be more... I think I'm just gonna do, like, the torches. Soul torches, perhaps. Instead of... lanterns. I might even use the pale oak to make a trail. We have a lot of it. Deep slate. Maybe the polished deep slate walls? For some reason, the vocals in this song sound distorted. I don't know if that's just me. It doesn't sound bad. It just sounds distorted. Aw, damn it. We don't have any leftovers. What about tough? No, tough would look stupid, I think. They should add, like, some sort of thing where you can dye the water. Imagine just light lime green water or something. I swear we had some. Frick. I really didn't feel like cooking it. Interlinked. Huh? Interlinked. Goddamn, we have rotten flesh for days. And for what? Fire charges are not mob drops. Oh. Maybe deep slate tiles. Where in the God's name is, Oh, I need the torches. Yo. Tried soul torches. What do we got? We're gonna alternate. We're not gonna do... Maybe the lanterns would look better. Well, I only need 6. Better. It's more like shiny and color radiant soul torch. Wow. Yeah, way better, right? I feel like this middle section should be something else. But I don't want to change the stair type. There's really nothing close to Pale Oak that would, I mean, warp stairs. Birch would look stupid. It's all gone. Oh, wait. Oh. Pina fixed it. Back away, fiend. We just need, we need these back. We need a skeleton. Mangrove is red, right? Ico-themed stairs. Well, I don't want to... Mangrove is green. Where the hell do you get those? Or, sorry, red, rather. Why did I say green? Because you got that something that I need when I like. So give it to me. Because you got that something that I need. Nah, I think we're just gonna leave it. This has to be the output for Portal to Light Bridge. Images. How do they look? So they have a light source, and honestly, I know a good idea for this. How? Prismarine and shards and crystals. I have Aqua Affinity and Respiration. How confident am I? The answer is not very. God, that's something that I need and I like. Oh my goodness! I mean, it's just for testing, just for shows, because we need a lot more. Maybe a snow block on the side. Why you green? I don't know. Why you are infected by this? Because you got that. Will that melt the snow? We'll have to see. Low-key, right? The only other thing I would consider is maybe doing like quartz. We don't have it yet, but quartz stairs. So it goes down. See, lanterns work so well if you cover it with pale oak stairs and maybe pale oak on the sides. When I look at them, they're, you know, little like ovals in a sense on the sides, like white ovals. And I think stairs would make the most sense, but it would have to be. I don't even know if you can make them look like that. Run. Yeah. Hey. On the side, what do you think about the light bridge thing? The output. Hell yeah. You know, normally they kind of like, what is it? They're like ovicular, but 3D, and they kind of like go in. So I thought about stairs, but we don't even have quartz stairs, so. In any case, I need a lot of the things. So I'm gonna go grab some. Yes. Closest one is 2K blocks. Just about. I really like the pale oak. I like that biome a lot. Look at this guy. Where he's coming from, this guy? Hey. Deja vu. Hello.
I was just catching up with a friend.
Yeah, very good.
So yeah, I can follow you to the thing.
Oh, okay. We need water breathing potions. Well, I have respiration 3 and aqua affinity.
Oh.
But
I got one water breathing.
okay, hell yeah. Because you
3 minutes.
we shouldn't be too long. I don't think. The problem is you can't like dig in there because it gives you the debuff.
Oh, I thought you had already cleared it.
No. I mean, it might have been cleared because it's near someone's home, and I know they died in there before the people helped them.
I realize I don't have any food. I have a bunch of uncooked potatoes.
Yeah, I'm running low on those golden carrots. Molly Funny, I know I've been kind of so infected by YU when we were kids. My sister and I alter egos at basically Borpa voices, but also like Borat. My wife, very nice. She's dead.
Kind of convinced another friend to watch Project Hail Mary.
Hey, let's go. Now that right there's a move.
More people need to see it.
I can now agree with that. I am now able to agree with this statement.
Yeah.
Then it became a thing where every birthday we text each other a birthday wish in that voice. So Borpatak has been in my DNA since I was like 8. Yeah, same. Mine. I mean, I don't remember how long it's been, but very, very long. Very long. Oh. Man. And I built a bunch of these, and we got 21 of them. A long, long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away. Well, here you go. Just in case.
Regeneration. Okay. Where do you get this guy?
I'm gonna be really freaking honest. I don't remember, but I think they were near our house, so I just took them. They have a prison, like, by spawn, and I think someone released them, and they all just flew away.
Oh.
When I say prison, I mean there was 20 of them locked in there.
Just holding an apple.
Yeah, I give them an apple. Is there a block that lets you breathe underwater when placed?
Door.
Naruhodo. What about ladder? Sign.
Ladder can work. Signs can also work. Same with trapdoors. But doors are more efficient.
Very well. In case of emergencies, we now have 13 doors. Do we need more?
It depends on how much you want to explore.
I mean, we just need... I already placed 1. We would need 6... We need 8.
I got
8
some-
of the lanterns. To be fair, I don't think we even have to go to those. Like, if we just find the lanterns are just out and about, right? We have to build them.
Yes. We can build them.
Yes, but
But
I think there's like 2 outside of each, and there's 2 like right next to each other.
yeah. If you have silk touch, it's just better to just grab them.
Very good point. I do have Soak Touch.
Because else they will just break and you have to rebuild them, and you won't get enough to make one.
Unless Fortune?
I don't know if that's how it works.
Oh.
I don't know. I don't use it that often.
Okay.
I have food now.
Let's go. When Rune hops on, if Rune hops on, I'm gonna purchase a couple more golden carrots. Or I guess we can start making our own, but I gave all of our gold to...
We have a few golds over there.
Gold?
Yeah.
How do you like? Do you like the pale oak? I kind of really like it.
Yeah, it looks good.
I'm thinking of making walkways of pale oak, like to the stairs at least,
Okay.
between the stairs.
It's good material for that.
Yeah.
I will say I do find occasionally like pale oak plants on their own, and I'm like, that's just not gonna grow. Like that one.
Yeah, I
That
keep
one
forgetting that they're
across-
too. I keep forgetting. I put a bunch of like solo ones out, and I'm like, oh. God dang it! Bridge by light wave. Hello. Oh,
It's not much, but it is.
it's
gold.
honest work. Let's go. Well, they have to be nuggets, right? So,
Yes.
okay. Honestly, I'm gonna make a trip over to the mesa at some point, or the desert, and just grab as much gold as possible to make these. It's just, it's already far from spawn, and I decided to move further away
What's up?
for the gold. Because it's better to go to the mesa or a desert, right?
You're right.
And
There's the railway that goes all the way to it.
oh wait, yeah, you're right. Never mind. It wouldn't take that long then. Although, like, I hear that 6 chunks around the railway have been consumed of their gold. Yeah. Hop on! Let's go! Blew his house with a blue little window with a blue Corvette. I'm thinking of making a little tunnel to connect over here to the actual ocean.
Okay.
At some point. Not a priority. And why that blue? Because everything is blue for him and himself and everybody around. Because we ain't got nobody to listen. I had to take my... I got a pet cat, and it wouldn't teleport when I was, like, just drifting around land with the boat. So I had to put him on the boat. I felt so bad. Because cats don't like water.
Yeah.
You got a cat?
In Minecraft?
No, in real life. You do. You mentioned that they don't pay you much mind.
Yeah, I have a cat. She sleeps.
And why the water blue? I don't know. The reflection of the sky. Or is it the other way around? Hello, Omega Wolf. Hey, why is the water blue?
The water is actually clear. It's the sky that's blue that's reflecting.
Hey, why is the sky blue?
That is just light reflecting through the atmosphere.
I actually knew all this. I was just wondering if you would say the same thing. And why you do that?
Because light is a prism. It goes through like glass.
Oh, Pink Floyd.
Yeah. Did you know the colors of the rainbow wasn't supposed to be 7? 7 different colors. He is
Oh.
liked. He is liked number 7, so he has added an extra.
Oh, 6 or 7, huh?
No.
Oh, okay. Indigo doesn't really exist. That means magenta from Blue's Clues is fake.
Yeah.
Honestly deserved. The only real dog is Blue from Blue's Clues. Do you like Blue from Blue's Clues more or Clifford, the big red dog?
Well, I can't say I've watched much Blue's Clues. I would say Clifford.
Damn, is there another dog?
Bluey.
Mm.
Courage.
Hey, okay, well, Courage is like no contest.
Yeah.
Scoobert Doober! Scooby-Doo or Courage the Cowardly Dog?
Probably Courage.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a dog, except for Charlie from All Dogs Go to Heaven, there's no dog better than Courage for me.
Yeah.
Holy smokes!
I wonder if we're here.
Well, here's the problem with the lanterns now.
We should have brought milk.
Yeah. All of the lanterns are just here. I can't hit them! What are you running? Hey, stop that. Now. My attacks are getting screwed by seaweed. Oh, I'm hurt. Oh, I'm hurting. Please live. Get some help. I don't want help. And why they're shooting me? What is this? What? They're hugging in an earthquake. Safety first. They're tanking the damage together. Wait, did Peanut die? Stop sniping me. I'm alive? Oh, okay. I see him. John Guardian.
I'm inside the thing.
Oh, okay. I realize with a looting sword, they just be dropping stuff. So I'm just freaking killing them all. Four and four. They saw with blood in it. Oh. Okay, Ghost, good night, man. Good night, man. Thanks for hanging out, man. Hey, thank you, man.
Hello.
Hello, salute. There are no creepers down here, silly. Why are you running from me? Oh, he died. Oh, hello.
Hello.
They do be dropping, like, a lot. I already got 36 and 13.
Nice.
But it's for a pop.
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out the entrance for the Elder Guardian.
Yes. It might be up. Oh, you've already been up. Does mining fatigue continue after the Guardian?
No.
Okay, so we just have to murder him in cold blood.
Yeah.
Oh, I see him!
As him.
I'm gonna kill him in cold blood.
He's soon dead.
Yeah.
Now, there can be another one.
I think there is. I think there's one on the other side.
Oh, here.
Sponge! You know not of my power! Get back here. Hey! I'm freaking missing my...
I forgot you can see him in the map. So he's just around the corner.
Oh! Let's freaking kill him!
There is.
It hurts so good. Is that another one?
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
You can see him in, like, in the center.
Sponge! Where did he go?
So, is he up or down?
Hey. Um. Misa thinking it down. Fish. No. Nothing beats a Jet 2 holiday. Did you find it?
No,
Oh, okay.
I found the entrance.
I don't know where the hell I am. Those are only channel points. For now, Omega is banned from clicking any buttons that are bits related. Banned, I say. Hey. Hey. I have taken the buttons.
Where is this guy?
I don't know, I'm back at the entrance, and I'm pissed off. I'm, like, really mad. I should play League of
found
Legends. Oh, I'm on my way! How do I even get there? Wait, they all freaking respawned. Save your channel points and try to get 500k redeem. That is true, you can
Oh,
get,
wait,
you
wait.
can... Where?
By you.
Oh,
See, it's up. Upwards. Just up. Not there. Up here.
Up all the way?
All the way up.
Oh, snap. He is dead.
Oh, this whole place is ours.
I can't freaking...
Well, you still have to wait for the thing to...
Oh,
disappear.
yeah. I meant, the dude guys. I couldn't hit them because they keep running away. Or swimming away. Well, I have 66 shards and 28 crystals, so we can also make some if we make more light bridges in the future. I got a minute and 15 seconds out of my mining fatigue, and then I will start silk touching all these.
Same. I only have a silk touch axe. I don't know if that will work.
It should. It doesn't say any, like, specific things. So I think you could just use an axe.
Okay.
And why at 500k? We change those once a year, so essentially, next year there'll be a new role. However, I'm thinking of a full-on permanent role that anyone can get, but it will be hella expensive. It will not be less than 750k. Opinions on this song right here. Tell me. Why you green? Oh, sorry. Lol. Lights out. Oh, you don't hear it very well? Wait, is it...
Okay, it does work. Maybe I should drink that potion now. Do you want the sponges, by the way?
Honestly, we should take them. If not for us, for someone else if they really need sponges.
Okay.
I think one day I want to make an underwater, like, Atlantis, or like Bioshock.
Okay, that could be cool.
Well, I just mean in general, but
Yeah.
one of my first playthroughs ever, one of my first multiplayer playthroughs ever, my friend and I made, like, a sort of underwater dome, but, you know, that was back then. It looked awful. And we also had no sponges.
I remember doing something similar, and it was awful just because there was so much water that didn't want to disappear.
Yeah. Can you breathe indoors? Yes. Doors, trapdoors, signs. Anything that doesn't break that you can, like, half walk into. I feel like a pirate. In Bedrock you can't? That's highly unfortunate. Why is Bedrock so not good? Damn, this place dark as hell. Cauldrons! You can use cauldrons? Oh.
Did you take it off?
Huh?
Have you taken it off?
I don't know about the interior. I'm grabbing the exterior ones right now.
Okay. Well, so much for that potion. It's gone already.
Oh, man.
There's too many of them.
Mein Kollega, why do you have 57 waypoints?
Well, I got 12
They're all trial
on me,
chambers.
and then 33 sponges.
Hell yeah. I have 55 and 1 sponge.
I'd say that's a good amount.
Yeah. Holy hell. I'm getting sniped to hell! Jesus!
Get up.
Get up off of that thing. By the way, I have a low-key idea.
Yeah.
What do you think about the back rooms?
That's cool.
What do you think about liminal spaces, like pools?
Yeah, those can be cool as well.
I was thinking we could make one.
Okay. So would that be like underground? What kind of material would we use for that sort of thing?
I mean, honestly, a lot of the material here is really good for that. Also, I'm only mentioning it because Joe the Lion mentioned it, and it was already in my mind, but...
Yeah. Especially with the new Backrooms movie coming out.
It's out. Ghost saw it.
Oh.
I have to go see it.
Did it come out like today or something?
I think so.
Let's see. Spider Noir and Backrooms.
Is there a fun YouTuber streamer that played the Backrooms? If you like VTubers, check out Grimmy. She's obsessed with the Backrooms. She recently played a Backrooms, like, synced up, like, co-op game with... It's called Escape the Backrooms, and she played it with Iron Mouse, Froggy, Ghosty? I think Ghosty as well. Who did? Grimmy. Grimmi. She plays a lot of the Backrooms games. Why are you stealing? We killed everyone. We're pirates. I'm stealing and I'm eating. The darkness consumes this place. Hey, you're still in there?
Yeah.
I think we're good to go. I have 64-21.
Nice. I'm just watching them kill squids.
Oh,
They're just minding their own business and then getting fried.
you know, this isn't even the temple that I have marked.
Oh.
If that ain't something, that ain't nothing. Grimmy is Grimmi. That's a movie I'm very excited for.
Which one?
The Backrooms. And there's they're making like an SCP anime, I heard.
Yes, that is currently under production.
It looks pretty good.
So it does.
I'm usually scared about anime adaptations for this stuff, just like I am with
Well,
live
it's
actions.
Well, the SCP thing, it's like a fan project, more of a
True.
actual thing.
Well, that part's exciting. Grimmy.
I've heard good things about the Backrooms. The movie, that is.
You can terraform Bedrock and build a liminal space there. Hey, good news. We have a lot of it. Okay. Joe had mention something, and I just realized, you know, we have a massive pit all the way down to bedrock.
Right.
We could just make the pools and liminal spaces down there.
We could do that.
That'd be a good idea. That's I don't intend on doing it like now. Just an idea.
No, that's fine. Yeah.
The bedrooms. Can you just call that a hotel? We at the hotel, motel, Holiday Inn. How is it 4:30 already?
Yeah.
I mean, I wasn't even on for that long because I got on an hour after the fact.
Oh, imagine if you fell down to the like water spot, but there's a chance you glitch through it. And that's how you go in.
Ooh, how in the hell? How
I
does
don't
that?
know, but I thought the idea the idea is cool.
It is cool.
Maybe three of the blocks are like solid, and the fourth one is like going straight through. So if you were to like miss it by one block or whatever.
One moment.
Yep.
Give that to me now. Never lucky. Time flies when you're a cool guy. Thank you. It's the nicest thing I've ever heard from a chatter. Ooh. What kind of dogs are these?
Ah.
Hello. I have an objective that it's more exploration based for later on, but I would like to get every type of dog and every type of cat.
Okay. Would that be possible in this world?
Yeah.
I'm just thinking because there's a border and whatnot, and people might have already taken most of them.
That is a good point. I don't know when they're expanding it.
That's great. I've only seen it expand once, so I don't know if it happens at all.
It has only happened twice so far. They were going to, I think, expand it one more time before TwitchCon, but they
Here
didn't.
we are.
Man, you can really tell what place is ours.
How do you tell? The giant UFO or the weeping angel?
You know, I thought about the light bridge.
Fair.
Yeah, we were trying to talk to you, Juvie, and you were just kind of like floating there. So it's like you made it in, but then it didn't work. And I don't know why. Why bro not running? It's just overrated. I'm not in a rush. Do 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 do. Rainy days when to say goodbye to desire are together. Rainy days. You're right.
I'm stuck.
Oh no. Oh wait, I got you. Watch this. Boom!
Whoa.
The name of the song is I Like Chopin. Shopping. Do 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 do. Oh. So I've been doing 3 and then snow blocks. But I want to replace the snow blocks probably with quartz when we get it. Oh, thank you.
Okay.
Now, do we want to cover it up on these sides with like slabs, or do we just leave it?
Hmm.
I don't mind either way, because technically they do glow, but technically they're like embedded in the walls.
I
So we don't
probably would have done
see-
like slabs here.
Okay. What kind?
What would look good? Something that isn't cobblestone. You know,
Pale,
something
pale
smoother.
oak.
Sure.
Because let's see. Over there's pale stairs. Polish dad in the '90s vibes. Yep. That's my dad. I like Chopin. He's like, son, this is one of the greatest songs ever. And I'm like, okay. Over here there are... Sorry, my Windows broke there. Windows 11 and all.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of what it looks like. So just imagine slabs. Does it look good?
Yeah. Just not slabs here. I'll probably keep the like snow block there and then have the slab over on top. So it's like there's like primer here and primer there, and then it's a connection in between.
So slabs on top of the light?
Slabs on top of the snow,
Okay.
and then you keep the lights as it is.
Ah, Naruhodo. Okay. That means I see in Japanese.
I see.
No, Naruhodo.
It's so accent.
I do it on purpose.
Yeah, no. Whenever someone does an English accent or an American accent with Japanese, I always think of this one image, which is like some random Western dude in a kimono, and he's like George-kun.
That tickled my fancy right there. I don't know why. What's your favorite song? Ooh, that's a tough one. I think one of my favorite songs of all time is this one right here. Hey, do you have a favorite song of all time?
That's a great fucking question. Do I?
I mean, I don't know if I do, but I really like the song "Everybody Like Wants to Rule the World" by Tears
That's
for
a good
Fears.
song.
Like there's just a lot of, I don't know, there's a lot to it. I have history with this song.
Yeah, I think it. At one point, I listened only to 2 songs, like religiously. It was obviously "Carry On, Wayward Son,"
Beautiful.
yeah, for obviously reasons,
Yeah.
and then "Heat of the Moment."
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I mean, I also, when I finished the episode for Heat of the Moment, I listened to it like religiously, and when I finished season 1, I definitely listened to a lot of Carry On but also my dad was really into Carry On My Wayward Son, so
Yeah,
he really likes Kansas, and he also likes Oh my god. You
Take
know.
on me.
Yeah, that's his dude, there was like a month or 2 months in a row where he would go shower and he took his like speakers and you would hear 3 songs. Take on Me by Aha, Everybody Wants to Rule the World by Tears for Fears, and I think it was another Toto Africa. Those are the 3 songs that you would hear all the time. And you would think I would get sick of it, but I don't know. Those songs are just that good.
That's fair. I feel like I'm pretty much the same when it comes to just rock music. I just put on the playlist with 100 songs, and I don't get tired of any of them.
As a streamer in quotes, I am a horrible influence on my chat.
Right.
And they also probably get sick of my music very quickly because I go through phases of music, and sometimes I will literally only listen to like one artist.
I see.
One time I listened to only K-pop for like a month.
Oh, fair enough, I guess.
At some point you get tired of it, but I don't. Deadmau5 exclusively for like 2 months. But then I'll listen to like metal music, so I don't know.
It's good. I'm very much a put on anything. I'm fine with listening to it type of guy.
Yeah, I don't necessarily get sick of music too much. I have a fine line though. One sec.
What do you mean? You won't listen to just penis core?
Hold on.
Yep. Right.
Sorry, what was your question?
Why you won't listen to like what's that song? Penis music. You know, you know the one.
Yeah.
Careful, pigs will escape.
I mean, I will. I'm not gonna lie. I don't have like the only thing is country music, and I still have like exceptions.
Right. What was I thinking? No, I lost it.
You said penis music.
I did say that. So I was watching this YouTuber. His name is Noodle.
Uh-huh.
He does really good. How do you say? He takes a topic and talks about it.
Okay.
Type of video. He has this. He used like cardboard cutouts as his avatar or whatever.
Oh.
It's a fun aesthetic, but
Okay.
he was talking about, for example, SpongeBob,
Uh-huh.
and there was like this band called Ween.
Okay, yeah. That sounds familiar.
Yeah, it's just this random band who had this whimsical, like aquatic theme on one of their albums, and so Steven Hillenberg, whatever the creator of SpongeBob was,
Uh-huh.
contacted them and was like, "Hey, I like your music. Could you make something for SpongeBob in this scenario, or whatever?" And it's like, "Yeah, well, fuck it, we can do it." And so they didn't. They didn't do it.
Oh, okay.
And then they called them back. It's like, "Hey, man, we kind of need that song." It was like, "Ah, shit, fuck, yeah, all right, we'll get it." And they produced something in like under an hour.
Oh my
and then
god.
sent it in,
Yeah.
and obviously, you can imagine that situation. It was like, okay, they probably just brought something together, so they listened to it, and I was like, don't change anything about it.
It's perfect.
It's perfect, and they kept it in the SpongeBob, and it's now also the song that is how does it go? A loop-de-loop and
And
pull.
pull, and your shoes are
Shoes
looking
are
good.
looking good.
I didn't know that. That song's a banger.
that's created by Ween, and obviously they had some great influence with a lot of songs that is like whimsical and aquatic themed and whatnot.
Uh-huh.
And they had such mutual respect that they made another song that's much more popular. That if I even say the title, you will immediately know.
Campfire song.
Even more popular than that. Ocean
But
man,
oh,
lead me to the land.
really?
Yeah.
Ocean man, take me by the hand, lead me to the land. I have a really funny meme from back in the PUBG days when it first like released of Ocean Man. Good times. Just my friends and I, we were just memeing, and he was dying. Like my friend just parachuted down, and he immediately like got shot by these people. So he started yelling at them in like a really scuffed Australian accent, and shortly after, he just started blasting Ocean Man. I don't know why, but I have a clip of it somewhere. This is like, God, I don't remember what year it was. Oh my God, it was so funny.
Mm-hmm.
How's this look?
Yeah, it's looking really good.
Yeah. Wonder if people would even understand that this is a Portal reference. Portal reference.
They probably do the thing as a, oh, it's a reference to something, and then you say, oh, I can see it.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna be honest with you, I think that's like 99% of our builds.
What do you mean?
I mean, okay, they'll know the Toy Story alien, obviously.
Right.
They'll know a UFO is a UFO. It's not really a reference, it's just a UFO.
I can imagine being Sintrad.
You're like cutting out? What was that?
I can imagine the portal being like lost in translation.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of like, I'm just gonna be honest, it's your recreation of the Subnautica one, so.
Right.
Yeah. I think most people will get the TARDIS. I don't know how many people will get Amaze. Amaze.
That, I mean, that's fair enough. It's such an abstract art piece that if you haven't seen the movie, I don't think that it means anything to anyone.
Just that rock.
That
There's so
and
much I
it's
want to
upside
say, but I just spoilers.
down. It is spoilers, but it's a good movie.
Bo Burnham country song, true. If I ooh. How in the world would it just be like? The problem is it becomes a double over there, right? A double. Wait.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, here's triple.
Right. So I was thinking of making a staircase that connects to the left. Yeah, right here.
That works.
I wish I could make like a simulated floating platform bridge thing, like staircase rather. I just don't know how. I'm not like smart enough to.
Simulated.
Not simulate, but make it. I don't know. I don't know the words. English second language. I'm sorry.
Well, for this type of build, when it comes to like, do you want this curved or diagonal?
How does it look? so far?
Yeah. I mean, it looks alright. I would personally like push it probably forward a bit more.
Okay.
Give it more space to like do decisions, like figure out where the center of both things are. It's like here.
Little cat.
Here.
Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it.
So this is the middle portion, so it would look like that.
So it would not go this way. It would go.
Like that.
Oh. Yes.
And then if you like, you could also do human engineering as well, which is because you're most likely gonna go like this, you know?
I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you. I would follow the path.
Really?
Yeah, it's really odd, but when there's a
wouldn't.
path made, I follow the path every time. So I
I think
just I would,
there's sort of like random trivia. There's one university where they had a huge field in the middle, and they just let the students do whatever. So they walked across that field multiple times throughout that year, creating like
ooh, tracks.
over 10 different type of paths across and whatnot. And then after that year was done, they paved it. They paved all those tracks, so it's now like actual streets that students are using every day.
Huh. Interesting. I don't know why, but I just it reminds me of like having a neighbor and you step on their like lawn. Like there's a sidewalk, but instead you walk on the lawn or the grass. And my brain's like, no, there's a road for a reason. One moment.
Here's the scenario. Oh, yep.
Okay. Scenario.
Yeah, here's the scenario. If, let's say, we're neighbors,
Okay.
I have a lemon tree or whatever.
Okay.
It's growing over to your garden. You have one lemon that you can physically touch and grab and pluck,
Yeah.
but it's my tree. Would you take it?
No. I would not. But
Would you take it if it's fallen?
like if it falls on my lawn,
Yes.
I would probably just toss it over to your side.
Really? Huh. I think we have like laws for this. So if it's like growing over, you have to tell them to either trim it or ask to take it,
Uh-huh.
or if it falls on your lawn, it's yours.
I see. No, I mean, I totally get that. But I don't know, a part of me is just it doesn't feel right cuz it's not technically mine. I didn't grow the tree, you know?
Well, technically, neither did I.
I mean, you did cuz you planted it.
I didn't. I bought a house and that tree is there.
Okay. I guess. But do you like maintain the tree at all, or like do you collect the lemons?
If I want to. I mean, it's like, it's a tree, you know, it grows on its own. It takes quite a long time before the tree actually sprouts lemons, and I don't think I will be around for it to, like, sprout.
Hmm. I have to think about it because if you didn't plant it yourself, I mean,
It is
honestly, I would.
technically- Yeah, technically it's my tree because it's on my property.
Yeah.
But I did not plant it. I did not take care of it in any sort of way. These are just my lemons.
I'd probably still leave it.
Oh, fair enough.
Or I'd rather just toss it to the to your side. I mean, if I really wanted a lemon and it's so convenient that I would ask, I guess, if I could take
Fair
one.
enough.
I honestly, I was raised to never accept like anything. Which is really weird that I'm a streamer now because, you know, people gift subs and donate. And, you know, a part of me is always like, should I be accepting these? Should I?
I mean, that's the reason why I stopped streaming.
Oh, because you didn't want to.
I became affiliated and I got my first sub, and then I stopped because I felt like I wasn't deserving of it. There was not like no compensation for it. It just you watch me and I just get paid for it, and I just didn't like the feeling of it.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I have
I
a
mean,
really
you know, each to their own, but
no. I
that was just
agree.
my situation.
I have a really weird thing about my whole streaming thing because I started as a YouTuber, and then I found out from my friends, they're like, hey, we want to see you do this stuff live. So they got me into Twitch, or I guess Justin TV. So I streamed for them, because, you know, back then there wasn't anything, like, really good at screen sharing.
Right.
The only reason I ever did these videos is to, like, record and remind myself for the future. So I never really wanted to do it as like a full-time career. And the only reason it started as a full-time career is because, have you ever heard of Machinima, the company?
I'm aware of it.
They offered me like a partnership thing back then.
Really?
Yeah, so I was was under Machinima, and the only thing I was required to do was have their like intro thing, you know, the little spinning Machinima logo.
Huh.
So I was like, ooh, I can do what I enjoy and like make money off of it. And then they sent me like a big paycheck, man. I got $2.
Whoa.
Dude, it was crazy. But you know, at that age, I was so hyped about it. I didn't understand. I was like, wow. You know, so but yeah, then I started streaming and I found out that you can get affiliated. And I didn't really think much of it either. Like, I didn't think about the money part until it actually happened. When I got my first big donation of like $50, and I was like, "Oh my god, I don't want this. What? This is hard-earned money. What are we doing?"
Yeah. I don't know. I'm just weird with like gifts. Like I would never ask for anything. I would never ask you to like buy me anything. But if I were to get a gift, it'd be rude not to accept.
Yeah. No, yeah. I agree. I'm just reminded, so the reason that I like think about it so hard is because I had a childhood friend, and we were, so in Poland, there's like these, you kind of like form a line to go to school at the beginning
Okay.
before they like let you in, and my friend was there, and he came up to me, he's like, hey, you want $1? And I accepted it. And I brought it home after school, and my parents were like, never accept money from anybody. And it just, like, embedded in my head to just never do it.
Would you rather the stairs be like this or like this?
Probably like how you made over here.
Yeah, because then you can use slabs as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Ugh. But I don't know. Streaming is a little odd because during the VR chat era, like the prime VR chat era,
What,
it
during COVID?
was, yeah,
Yeah.
like I think the content that you sometimes do does kind of warrant it. It really depends because is it like this, by the way?
I was thinking like that, but now seeing it, I don't know if it's the if it will reach. Is what I'm saying.
Oh, we might have to push it back a little bit.
Maybe you do it from the like reverse order, so you do it from the top and go downwards.
Yeah.
See, it's easier that way. No, I enjoyed the VR chat era of it.
Mm-hmm.
Found a lot of my. Oh, I thought you were doing the two.
Oh. Yeah, you're right. I mean, like during like the COVID era, I think a lot of us did do content that sort of warranted the support. Like I
Right.
did a maid stream, okay? I think there's like a fine line of things where morally I would never do this. Cause I cringe. And every time I think of that stream era, I think, wow, I'm so glad it's over. Or, you know, I did a squat stream. Bro. I still remember the pain.
Squat stream, so you just squat.
Essentially they hit a goal where for the next stream, I do squats. For every like
How long did
redeem.
you do that?
5 hours.
For 5 hours? How many times? Was it just like the once or?
I think I did a total of like 1,500 squats that day.
That day?
Yes.
I meant like how many times you did it in a week?
No. It was one
But
day, 1,500 squats.
Huh.
And it was like in short intervals. And besides standing, I wasn't a very fit individual. So I had searing pain for like the rest of the week.
I mean, that makes sense.
It was bad. Now, you know, the average person probably does way more than that, but I was not fit. I wasn't ready to do that many squats in one session.
I mean, I'm trying to like better myself with exercise nowadays, and just doing like 3 sets of just 16, no, 20 squats.
Okay.
I'm like, oh, whew, I'm tired already. It was like, if I don't do proper stretching, it will definitely just like ruin the day after.
Yeah. I don't my family always asks what I want for Christmas, and my answer is nothing besides like socks and like underwear cuz I don't want anything ever. I have a computer. I'm not going to ask for a GPU. I have my peripherals. And I'm never going to ask for anything anime related because that's just no.
Yeah,
Um
I remember this one gift. See,
oh.
love my family, love my sister. She remembers 2 things, or she remembered like 3 things about me. I wear a lot of t-shirts.
Same.
I usually wear like dark clothing,
Mhm.
and she remembered I like my favorite animal was a wolf.
Okay.
And so she had the brilliant idea
Oh no.
of combining these 3 concepts. And so she got a black t-shirt with 3 wolves and a moon howling. Now, if you don't know that description alone,
You know
yeah.
what? My family also only knows that I like video games, anime, and dark t-shirts. But they try to make it a twist so that I have more variety. So my sister, for Christmas, a couple of years ago, got me a navy blue t-shirt that says, "Don't bother me, I'm gaming."
Classic.
The classic. Hey, what do you think about like putting like I'm thinking lantern plus glass down here.
Okay.
I don't know how many it wouldn't really work here. I mean maybe here.
I mean, I could just make this thicker if you want to do that.
I was just thinking about it, but we could also just
Because all I can do is just take away these.
we
Like
could.
that.
It's either that or we just do logs around it. What do you think about putting the pale logs like
I like both the ideas, like the lantern in the middle and the logs on the side.
you want to do hold on.
Yep.
Do you want to do the deep slate tiles with the logs and then just have the lanterns with the walls?
Oh.
And we just go all the way and
Deep slate tiles with logs. You mean like? Oh, you mean like the? how you
yeah,
done
no,
here?
like this, just continue the pattern all the
Oh
way.
yeah, that could work.
Okay. You're great to where to
Yeah,
strike
more
the
of
fear
the
into. Oh God,
Oak
Joe.
slab thing.
Wait, what's up?
The pale oak slab. Do you have more of those?
I have 29 more.
Okay, just fill in those holes.
Oh.
Probably also looks better now.
Yeah. Now, do we want to do the logs and the walls and then do lanterns, or do we want to do central and then maybe use some of the sea lanterns in the middle, for example?
Well, we have like a bunch of sea lanterns, so I feel like it's a shame if we don't use them. Yeah.
I don't know, and then just like alternate.
So we'll be here.
Where?
Wait, how far between three? Yeah, that's good. I was
Bother-
taking that. I didn't like the fact that it was like being wasted.
How's that?
Yes, I look good. Do you want it on the stairs?
That's what I'm not sure about. Do we want them
Let's
like
see.
at the end of all the stairs?
Wait, it's gonna be here. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that
Or-
won't work.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe we just do the ends. But it would change the whole pattern up here.
The problem with doing it like you
Oh.
didn't, yeah, is that. That's the problem. So I would do either or. So it's like. No, don't. Like, don't do this one, do that one, not this one, that one, you know?
Oh, like alternate it?
Yeah. Okay, nice.
Yeah. Okay, but say your neighboring town steals a lemon tree that belongs to your town. How do you deal with it?
That's just theft. Call the police. What-
Destroy the other town.
Wait, your neighboring town steals a lemon tree that belongs to your town. Yeah, this they just
Oh,
stole a
wait.
tree.
But what if, like, it's on the border? Like, literally on the border.
It's like split in the middle.
Yes, but the other town, like, planted it. Like, your
The
town
other
planted.
town, my town planted it right in the middle. Did the other town exist at that point?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that sounds just
That's a dilemma.
well. Okay, so I planted this tree. Was it like a little sprout, or did it grow into a like a huge tree, or did I just plant down a huge tree in the middle?
Repeat that?
So, was this tree grown from a like a little seed, or wherever the tree uses, or was it like a huge tree that I just planted it down right in the middle?
You grew it.
Okay, so the line existed. I just grew a tree, so it's now this size.
Yeah.
Then I feel like if it's been there for multiple years, no one can really do anything about it.
Obviously, hard example because I can't put a line, but if you split the tree in half, right?
Right.
Then one part is one town, one is the other.
Right. So is the question who does it belong to?
I guess so. Yeah.
Well, first it would be like bordering things, so it will be the town who decides who's like how the line is drawn, really. But other than that, if let's say the line doesn't change, wherever half
Uh-huh.
the tree is, half the towns, so they can take whatever they want.
What if they do the whole tree?
They probably would have a lot of complaints from the other town. I would have to say.
Yeah, it's like the town tree, but
The tree dilemma.
look at the logs.
Yeah. The ship of Theseus of trees.
Yes, exactly. Like, whose tree is it truly?
A train is about to hit 3 people. You can pull a lever to redirect the train. Or
I'll
you
let
could
it hit the
not.
people.
Have you heard the absurd ones?
Probably, but you might have to like repeat them for me to remember. How's this, by the way?
Let's see. Yeah, and I think with the like the walls, it would look really good.
Yeah. I have to go get more logs, so let me,
Yeah. A train is about to hit 1 person. You can pull the lever, redirecting it to a different track, leading to someone else having their own trolley problem. Would you pull it?
yes.
A trolley is about to just go on a normal track. You can redirect it to another track. It does nothing, but you can pull the lever and you're feeling mischievous.
I would absolutely do it. Dude, we're getting invaded!
What the hell, man?
This is crazy! They're like screwing my frames up. The hell?
train is about to hit 5 people. You can pull it to save them, but it will hit Spider-Man.
I'm pulling it.
Killing Spider-Man?
Yes. I feel like that would actually doom a lot more people because he's like, you know, he's like a hero. He's saving so many more
That's true.
people. Yeah, I'd pull it.
The trolley is about to hit the 5 people. You can pull it to switch to another track, hitting one person, but then it won't do the sick loop-de-loop.
Are people able to like see the sick loop-de-loop from like their city?
Probably, and that one person on the other track.
Yeah, I'd do it. Why am I here? Oh, the logs.
A trolley is about to hit 5 lobster. You can pull the lever to divert it, killing one cat instead.
Oh. No, I'd let the lobsters get hit. I mean, I'd eat the
No,
lobsters
44
after.
seconds.
That one's tough, but I think, you know, a cat is just more... You do the loop-de-loop and pull, and shoes are looking good. How's this look?
It's... How would this one look then?
I don't
Did it
know,
just
now you're
continue
scaring
forward?
me. This is a lot of pressure.
Let's say you place them.
I mean, does it
Okay,
look,
yeah, yeah.
yeah, I think it looks fun.
Oh, that's fine. Oh no, due to a construction error, a trolley is stuck in an eternal loop. If you pull the lever, the trolley will explode, and if you don't, the trolley will and its passenger will just go around in circles for eternity.
Why doesn't he just jump out?
It's a very fast train.
Oh. Well, enjoy your sick donut forever, I guess. Is Peanut playing the trolley game right now? Yes. Yes, he is.
The trolley is about to hit 5 fully intelligent robots.
Oh.
They have their own minds. Basically, that one robot from iRobot. 5 of
Sentient.
them. Sentient robots. Thank you. You can divert it, hitting only one person. These are the last sentient robots as well. There will not be any more.
You can't replace them at all?
Nope. Humanity is one chance.
Who's the human?
Some guy.
That's it?
See, some guy.
Well, that guy's dead. I don't even know it's a moral dilemma if they're humanity's last hope. Sometimes it's just a sacrifice you have to make. I actually don't have enough logs.
Don't you have saplings?
Huh?
Don't you have saplings?
Oh, I mean, I didn't bring enough. There's more in the chest.
Oh, I see.
And I have to bring the
I have
walls. Huh?
I have bones, so we can just grow more. There's
mean-
one over there.
Yeah. No. The base has like 8 more stacks.
Oh, okay.
I just didn't bring. I'm gonna go.
Yeah.
There's a creeper. Oh man. You like Tame Impala?
Is that another band?
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
don't know.
No 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 don't 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 don't.
I recognize it. No, wait. Am I thinking?
It's like a
It, that's not it.
no.
No. Hmm.
Yeah, I honestly thought you would really like Tame Impala.
I
Also,
might be
yeah,
right.
you were
I
doing
just,
Arctic Monkeys.
that was it. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, they're the fucking people who sang Dracula.
Oh yeah, yeah, Dracula. I
I've heard of it. It's decent.
really like Tame Impala. I'm really weird because I'm not necessarily locked into like only hipster music, but I get pissed
Right.
off when things get way too popular.
You're right.
I really liked 21 Pilots like a lot, and then
Mm-hmm.
it's just fried. It's just ruined.
Wish we could turn back time.
To the good old days. Goth bands to recommend. Him. Come on and show them your love. Rip out the wings of a butterfly.
We probably should move these two back. Like, just raise these two. Just to keep that pattern of 4.
Really? Oh god.
There we go.
Wait, the slab as well?
Like, just like that. That's about it. So we keep that like 4-4-4 pattern.
Okay. Let me get the tile walls. I have some, but not enough.
Cool.
Should be in the chest. Alright, great. I got 2 more.
Yo.
Do we want to do the whole thing?
I don't think the whole thing. I think
Maybe like a line with the... No.
you just said the fucking word. I forgot again. One knot, one knot.
Alternate.
Alternate, that's it.
So not here, but here?
I think I was thinking the reverse.
Okay. Reverse, reverse!
Because you're already going for the ones all the way up here, and then
I'm out.
I see.
Yeah, do a triple. That might be better. Now hold on. This is 3. Now you did 2.
There. Okay.
Yeah. Do we want to put the lanterns on them too?
Hmm.
It would be a lot of lighting.
It would be. I think it's good without it.
Okay, yeah, just to have them. The problem is, the next lantern here will be here. Next lantern there will be. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This might be another instance of starting it from there.
Yeah.
Or not a lantern, but
Yeah, I know the
fence.
walls.
The wall, yeah. Or we can just,
We could just skip it.
yeah. I'm out of walls.
Oh,
So you're telling me you wouldn't use these nice roads that we made? Also, do we want to do them here too?
what over here?
Well, like this spot, and then go here.
So, well, we replace the ground with the pale.
Yes.
We can do that.
And then the staircase can just be 2. It's fine, unless we want to redo it and make it a 3. But then we have to do every tunnel.
I don't know if I want to do that right now. It's
That's
like
yeah. That is fair.
took a while.
I mean, it wouldn't.
Let's get the walls.
Okay. It wouldn't be that bad.
No, it's just work, you know.
Yeah, work. You use my road? Dude, thank you, man. Thank you. Unless you're using the GTR, then. Downvote, your band.
Here's all the cobble.
I have 24 deep slate.
Is it cooked or is it just normal?
No, it's the cooked one. I have 64 and 24. I have 264. What do you think about cars? Oh, I mean, what do you think about cars?
The movie? Yeah, it's pretty good.
What about automobiles?
Yeah, those featured in the movie.
What about... You have a favorite car? If you say Lightning McQueen, I'm gonna jump without my armor.
So Mater is pretty cool.
I knew you were gonna say Mater, I knew it.
No, I don't. I don't have anything.
Oh.
I'm not into the car culture. I think they're pretty cool. Otherwise,
I see. So that's how it is.
like in GTA, I used to fucking drive around in a bike.
Yeah, I have a lot of cars in GTA. Maybe it's not that bad.
Wait, Why is it like this?
I don't know. I was looking at it too, and I didn't know how to feel.
There we go.
Have you noticed it rains a lot in the server?
Yeah.
Do you wanna change how we do it here and like?
Well, like that.
How's that look?
Yeah, that looks good.
Yeah. Wow! Good night, Mr. Juvie! Good night. This week is the autumn event where you can unlock the 92 Skyline. Well, I don't even freaking want it! Why said? Man, what the hell? Oh, sorry, man. Man, listen, you listen to me here, okay? I'm building here a bridging, and then we're building here a path. And what you thinking this? I kind of want to continue this and make like a... Just to connect the light bridges.
Okay.
This is like simple work that I prefer.
I mean, that's fair enough.
And why Rune said my mom when she's so nice for me?
It's so rude.
Why you gotta be so rude? You like that song?
Don't you know I'm human too? Yeah, it's a good song.
I think it was definitely overplayed. Oh!
It definitely were.
Oh, I was just gonna drown him.
Oh. Go for it.
No, because they wouldn't give him a trident, right?
Well, I was gonna say, would that work? Would they just turn into drown?
They would, yeah. This guy and his damn enchanted spear. And more HP. There's a chicken down there. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez, Rick. And why my mom? Bumbleclap. Well, holy smokes. What have I done? I made stairs.
Oh.
Oh. Oh, God.
At least it's not that one guy who just turned all his like iron into shovels.
Ooh. That's...
Creeper.
Oh, man. And honestly, freak that guy.
Honestly. Oh, you did it.
Yeah,
Okay.
you see that? You see? Hey, what? Hey, why you?
Wait. Because it's a 3 here. There we go.
Yeah, that it would be really cool if I put some logs there, huh?
Well, I would suggest a slab instead.
Oh, okay.
There we go.
It'd be really cool if I... Hey!
Is there a light down there?
There is now.
Ow.
Wow! Um...
Nice.
Yes!
Then, there are lanterns on the ground?
Yes! Seagulls. Hey, man!
Hey, man.
Hey, man, what you?
What? Hey,
Why you said this for me, Mom?
Carrots.
Oh, Peanut,
What?
do you want some as well?
Yeah.
Hey, wait!
Oh,
Uh,
yeah. That was 3 out of 4 stacks. Oh, thank you, thank you.
how,
Thank you.
hey, how much?
Yeah, what's up? How much? Is good.
No!
No,
Oh, you from this, the Mongolia?
Hyundai.
Hoya.
I don't know. I don't know exchange rates, man.
Fine. I don't even remember how much I gave you.
It was like I think you gave me 21 diamonds last time, but like you just gave me 2. That's almost a stack of emeralds. 8. Amen. Should be good. I like health. I like healthy.
Okay, man. Thank you, man.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yes. What are you thinking here, this path?
Yeah. Oh, bath good.
Yes.
Good. I like bath.
Peanut,
It's bright.
what if instead of light blue stained glass, we remove the lanterns and we just used sea lanterns? No, because it... No.
See, in practice, it probably would look good, but it just would take a long time to get.
Oh, we have the sea lanterns.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. No, we don't.
No,
we don't.
We don't have that much.
Wow. Crazy.
Well, I will I return home before
Hey,
Raymond.
why you?
Okay.
I finished tower. I
Oh,
finished
okay.
Build.
You living here
Okay.
in the okay.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh no.
You can't leave.
Now you waiting here for the rains again.
Fuck me, man.
Wow. So beautiful.
Wow.
Who the heck?
Beautiful.
Y'all hear that traveling trader right there? Where's he at?
Hmm.
I don't even care. I don't even care about him. Yeah, I just don't even freaking care.
You don't even care. That's
Yeah.
fucked up.
Should we name this place?
Name it.
Yeah.
I've just been calling it Narpville. We could. I honestly my
We have like
waypoint.
3 islands. We have the general vinyl shop village. The
The
this thing,
claw.
and then the fucking the dead zone over there.
Well, I feel like the main place with all the buildings really. I mean, I don't know. What do you think about Narpville?
Yeah, I can go for that.
Okay. That means you should name this one right here.
Oh, which one?
These two.
I get 2?
Well, like Narpville is like a big chunk.
Hmm.
Wait, I just had an idea. Can I
I'm
actually?
trying to think of like some Doctor Who reference or whatever, like the silent.
Ooh. Don't blink. Blink and you're dead.
Yeah. What's that one song by the Gorillas? When you look at me, ding, ding, ding,
Uh,
ding,
Wait.
because they're
Oh.
just staring at each other.
Melancholy Hill?
Yeah.
Up on Melancholy Hill, there's a plastic tree. Are you here with me? Oh, here you go.
Thank you.
Yes. You want to call it Melancholy Hill? That's a good one.
That was this one.
We should put like
I think
signs with names.
You can. I think you can actually name them on the map.
Wait. How?
So if you make a banner, just any banner, place it here, and the banner has a name on it, like you name that on the anvils and place it down, and then right-click with a map, it will appear on the map.
Really?
Yeah, from what I remember.
Does it like replace the biome?
Place it.
Like the name? Where's the name pop up?
Is on the map where the banner is.
Let's try the one on the shop.
Okay.
Can they all just be UFO banners?
It doesn't matter what's on the banner. Why is that one different? What happened to the other? What happened to the other banner?
It became my shield.
Oh. It's quite easy to duplicate. All you need is a normal black banner, and then you put it into crafting, and it'll duplicate it.
I see. I see.
So you take the banner, you go to this anvil, rename it.
Should I make duplicates first, or I guess that doesn't really matter, huh?
Doesn't really matter.
Okay.
Okay. Then we go down. Place it back. I'll take this. No, it's upside down.
Oh. No. Oh. I kind of don't like it how it looks without You know? Does that make sense?
Yeah. Well, it's good to know.
Yeah.
Can I remove it? Yeah. There.
Yeah, I thought you meant it like removes the biome on the
There we go. Do we have to expand the map so we can feature the like dead zone?
Yeah.
How many do we need? And 1, 2, 3, 4, like 5 more.
You want to make like a thing for it?
Oh, like an actual build?
I mean, it doesn't have to be like anything special, but
Sure, we can do that.
hey, what keys? Hey, why you?
What? Huh?
Okay.
Huh? Yeah.
And what and
What?
um
Yeah, I went to jump scare the furry.
Oh, very good.
Which one?
The one over that way, Dervish.
Oh, Durvish. Me and
Yes.
them, we had a very long conversation. The first day of the server, we sat here outside my old tower for 5 hours.
Just
Talking. Yeah. It's like VR chat.
It's like the it's like the three-way conversations we had with Bird.
Yeah. It's
Oh, my
crazy.
lord. And the other day before Tot left, they forced me. Have you seen the campsite?
The campfire,
in your
yeah.
spawn?
I saw the post.
Yeah. He forced me to talk about my life. They just built a campfire around me while I was there, like trying to remember. So yeah, schools hate autistic people.
Yeah. That is
Yeah.
true.
It is.
That is. I'm very sorry.
Yeah. But I'm not in school anymore, so
Yeah, you're free. As free as can be.
I'm a free man. I didn't graduate though. I just you know, I didn't.
You dropping out.
Okay. Point. I drop out. Yes.
That's okay.
Why is the water almost invisible for you? I'm looking at your stream view.
I
What the fuck?
don't know. That's just that's the shader, or the because I don't have a texture pack. This is part of the shader.
Oh my god. Yeah,
Hey,
I
why am I-
installed a different
No,
What?
continue.
Yeah, I installed a different texture pack, shader. I mean, and it just takes the texture of the water for whatever texture pack I'm using and makes it like the rest of it clear. Like it gives it a little nice effect, and it's so nice, so nice and cool. Why you?
Hey, why you?
Why you? Man, why do I have to be small?
Why are you small?
It's because I was actually the first person who was made small.
Oh.
I believe.
They doing
And,
this to pissing you.
They pissing me. They
Yes.
pissing me, man.
And why they're pissing?
For what? For what?
Nothing. It's no good.
Nothing, man. That's a horse.
What? Why is what? Is he
Why is he
stupid?
down here? Is he stupid? I
Moron.
think he might be stupid. More stupid. Probably.
We're making here extended map.
Oh, hell yeah. By the way,
Yes.
I was talking with Boshi the other day, and
I'm
it turns
sorry.
out he tried to... Oh, yeah, I know. It turns out he tried to explore the map and, like, see all of it, Here's the thing.
Uh-oh.
The border is further out than I thought it was.
It should be like 10k
I thought
blocks,
it was
right?
like, yeah, it's 8K.
It's 8k?
It's 8K.
What a hell?
That is, just so you know, everywhere everyone has built so far is a small fraction of the map.
Oh. Wait, really?
Can't wait for it to expand.
I don't even know if it needs to then.
Like, there's a whole lot that's just completely unpopulated. We are in the middle of fucking nowhere, man. And for what?
Nothing. Nothing.
Nothing.
You know what I'm saying here?
Also, the world generation is really weird, apparently, based on what people are saying in the Discord.
Yes.
Yeah, like, the north is just snow. The
Yes.
west is just desert. The east is just, like, hills and sakura. I don't even know. I think the south is just ocean.
Essentially. Yeah.
Like, this is insane. This is crazy.
I kind of just figured it was intended. There's an ocean between the land to the east. There's an ocean like way between all the land to the west. But most of it's in the south. Yeah, north has
Yeah.
like no water. Chromia's all the way in the goddamn north.
Mm-hmm. It's insane. Is what we're getting at. It is
And for why? Are you taking these?
more fun.
I need more inventory space.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, eventually I'm still going to go out and be like, finding places and shit, because I want to do that. I think that's fun.
Yeah, I want to
Yeah.
explore, but I'm so locked in on all the builds lately that I haven't explored. I still need a second trident so I
Yeah.
can actually do the flying.
Whoa! I don't want to do it in here because I don't want to hurt it.
We're gonna moving this guy. Gloobeeb, he gonna living somewhere else.
Blue beep, blue beep.
But for now, he's
elsewhere.
living the worst possible life.
Yeah.
This is so sad.
Chat. Can we get 5 gifted for Blue Beep?
No,
Oh,
no.
chat. 1 gifted for Blue Beep.
Now this I can accept.
1 gifted. Let's go. I just remembered. I have Monster somewhere in the house. I'm gonna go find it.
I had gamer subs and it's just absolutely going crazy on me today.
Oh, is it? Oh.
What you said?
I got water.
You got water. And why your water?
Hot.
Oh, true. How are we making this?
That's a good question.
I thinking here, okay, maybe like polishing the deep slate, make it look like alien mappage, and then maybe behind the map portion we have here the sealant.
Okay.
What do you thinking this?
Yeah, that could work. We need the deep
Emma-
slate to make like a little platform, maybe.
I'm actually curious. What is sea lantern in Icelandic? Can you just throw me one real quick?
Oh yes.
Is Havlukt.
Have looked.
I forgot
Havlukt.
there's different languages in this game. I think you could switch it
Yeah.
to pirate.
You can. I
Yes,
used
you
to
can.
play with it with narrator.
I'm gonna try it.
Army matey. One of my favorite ones is
Gamer speak.
Is there gamer speak?
I don't know.
No, there's not. There's uwu speak, lolcat.
Oh god.
Yeah.
I'm not pirate.
There's Anglish. Yeah, that's one of my favorite ones.
Pebbles.
Pebbles. What does the sea lantern say?
You got your light, boy.
Yeah. All right, I switched English, which I think is like really old English.
Oh,
Yeah,
what did it say for the
Alright.
sea lantern?
See Lightvat.
Light what?
Lightvat. Like I think my accent is coming through. Hold on.
Like wattage?
Lightvat.
Light
Like
vat.
with a V.
What a hell?
Lightvat. Yeah. Like what I like about this is that it's English. It's recognizably English, but some words just don't make sense. Like this is a Leicester.
Crazy this.
Pickaxes are mattocks.
Mattocks. Well,
Mattock. Oh, and diamond is diamond tools and stuff diamonds are called athamans.
what in the seven hells?
What in this? Smaragd? Oh my god, wait! Smaragd is emeralds. That's what we use in Icelandic. Smaragd.
Oh,
Wait.
The Swedish.
Mm-hmm.
Sweden.
Sweden.
Give me one moment. I will be right back.
This is a stelling.
Or let me watch that with my Brigham near.
What is this in Iceland? No, not Iceland. A pirate.
This be a shipbuilding frame. Let me drink me brew of feeling better slowly.
That's incredible. I love that. Oh, what is it in Lib of Edhil? Oh god, that's so fucking upside down English as well is really funny. Shakespearean. I forgot about it. I can't speak it. Help me.
What do I?
Word.
I don't know.
Alright, Shakespearean. And it should be interesting.
And why they said this for me?
Diamond pickaxe.
Oh.
Trident,
I freaking have deep slate.
open timber.
Gosh darn it.
Diamond. Breastplate. Greaves. Sabatons.
Hey, Sabaton, this good band.
Yeah, Sabaton. Good band. Yes.
Yar.
Yes.
No, they're not DR. They're like, war,
Oh.
so, city at war, wisdom's freedom, 1930, 44, help that never came.
Yeah, the Elstorm is Yar.
Excuse me,
We
please.
are here to drink your beer and steal your rum at the point of a gun.
What you taking this and then? Wow, that is very freaking bright.
I'll probably remove the bottom two.
Oh.
Excuse me.
Go,
Mind your manners.
mind your manners.
Oh, sorry. I
You're
am simply drinking my grog.
you're
my
her
God.
shiver baby her.
Morainem.
Do what I want because a pirate is free. You are a pirate.
Hey, wanna know what it says in Icelandic, like the song?
Yes.
Rutlum Orainem, which means pillage and plunder.
Oh. Why? What?
Pillage and plunder.
Oh.
It might be steal and plunder, but I think pillage and plunder is funnier.
Expand.
I don't have any.
Enhance. Zoom. Okay. And what you thinking this?
Called Bring Him Near.
Oh, they've straight up got like old Mexican before the Spanish. That's cool.
And for why?
Probably some language nerd wanted to put it in, so they put it in. That's how most of these get updated.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And now we're gonna playing here League of Legends.
No!
Oh. Okay.
I have history with that game.
Me too. Me friggin'
Hey,
too.
man.
Let me tell you what.
Yeah.
All my years, I tell you what. All my years, I ain't still recovered. My blood pressure.
Me neither. Me
Yeah.
neither. I still got the game on my PC. It's
Oh Jesus
It's
Christ! No, you got you
Yay.
got to uninstall that right there.
I tried to, boy. Got his way back in. It's
Oh
like
by
fucking-
golly!
It's like a ghost. It keeps coming back.
Unbelievable! You hear this? You hearing this?
Yay.
How about you? You been playing no League of Legends?
Nay.
Ah, they ain't been not playing none of that.
Hey, good. Good boy.
You done did it. You done did it. Me, in the meantime, I've been playing it 50 billion hours, and I ain't
Oh.
never gone above platinum.
Bro, I'm on rank. I haven't been ranked since season 3.
Oh, mother of God. Well,
Wanna
I'm-
know what rank I was?
yeah, you tell me your rank.
Silver.
It's not that bad. It wasn't bronze. It wasn't bronze.
Oh, true. Wasn't
Eh.
bronze.
It could always be worse. You know what I mean?
I know.
And I know.
Could be modern Iron Tier.
Ugh.
Ugh.
No. Hey. How is it looking? Pretty good?
Yay.
And maybe we just do a little bit of Havidi Khadivi up here. How's that looking right there?
It's looking good.
Oh, thank you. I don't like it.
Look.
I know why though. Watch this right here. Hey,
Excuse
bless you,
me.
man.
Thank you.
Hey, how's this? How's it looking?
Yeah, it does look good.
You're lying to me. You just
I
want
can't
me. You want me to feel
see,
bad.
I like it.
Okay.
I like it. It's cool.
And at some point, we're gonna see the full map.
Yes.
But that day ain't today.
Not today.
Not
I
today.
don't think that's gonna happen for a while.
Oh,
I'll be right. I'll be real. Or do you mean all the frames, or is that what you meant?
yes. All the frames here.
Yes.
Yes.
All the frames. Yes.
Wow. This is Narpville.
Amaze.
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 Hey, why you?
Hey.
Hey, why?
Like. Hold on. Whoop. Whoop.
Hey, what? Hey, why?
Why not?
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I don't take any damage. I've got Feather Falling.
I just put. Oh yeah, also Feather Fallen. Yeah.
You know.
I got Prot 4, Feather Fallen, everything's maxed out at this point. I just need myself some netherite.
Another week. Another week, man.
Yes, yes. Very quiet at this server
Maybe
these
too.
days, but you know what? That's okay. They coming back, it is gonna
Yeah,
be
he's okay.
crazy.
Crazy shit, man. I should change my name from Iceland.
No.
Oh, why not?
No.
Why you?
Why me? Why? What? Now you listen me here. Okay? Now you listen me.
I listen. Yes. Yes.
I forgot. What?
Ash, Nick, Set. Your mum.
Hey, why you said this? Oh.
Oh. Oh.
Hey, what? Hey.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Hey, why you're? Sorry, I'm lagging. Lol.
You're lagging.
I'm
It's okay. It's okay.
See.
Hey,
Oh!
Hey, you. Now you listen me here. Why the dog?
I am dog.
Okay.
I do actually have a reason for why I am dog.
You like dog?
I mean, yes, I like dog, but also I am dog brain. I have ADD, ADD, and
Oh.
yeah,
You ADDs.
I ADDs nuts.
Wow, crazy!
Crazy.
Hey, watch this, okay? Hey, unmuting
Okay,
here in the
okay.
Discord, okay? Look.
Oh,
Me when I'm radiant. Hi, I'm radiant.
lord. Oh no, they're aliening. They're gleep glorping all over.
It's a remix.
Oh! I can't believe. I can't criminally believe it.
Okay, goodbye. I was about to type that. What you're typing? Puka Pele.
Did you know that all Barbie movies are animated Barbie movies are free to watch on YouTube?
I didn't know that. I did not.
I just got a ping in a server I'm in, and it's like, hey guys.
You know, I don't think I've really ever watched a Barbie movie.
I've watched like 2 when I was a child.
I never watching this.
Yeah. You
No.
never watching?
No.
No.
I only seeing here the Barbies in the Toy Stories.
Some of these movies are fucking gold. They're funny, either intentionally or unintentionally.
Okay.
Mm.
I not nothing.
You not nothing. You not nothing.
No.
Man, why do I have HD? Wait,
Oh, your HDMI?
HDMI. Yes.
Oh, I'm here a DisplayPort.
Oh.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Yes.
No. I be here a VGA.
VGA.
Yes.
Grandpa.
Yes. Very old. Where
Very
he's
old-
go?
Very old man.
Oh, he's he probably mapping here this place.
Yes.
You ready here for the post of TwitchCon tomorrow?
You ready for the what?
They're posting
what?
here on Twitter the picture of the TwitchCons. And for what?
Oh.
Hello. Oh.
I am not ready.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
Sleep Lord. Hey. Amaze.
Amaze. Hey, look, Amaze in the center. Oh. Oh, I like that.
That's cool. That's nice.
Amaze. Damn.
When will it rain? Oh my lord.
Oh, it's
I
no
want
rain
to
no more.
fly.
I really like this central island over here. This peninsula.
The Central Peninsula, yeah, that's cool.
Even though it has
I like that.
that thing.
Take me with.
Take me to your leader. I feel like we should make bigger crop circles somewhere.
Yeah,
Oh, that would be cool. I mean, maybe up there.
Yes. It's kind of
Yeah.
hilly over there. It's like the only real problem.
I see. Yeah. I mean, it's hilly everywhere.
Yeah, this
yeah.
place, it's just mountains everywhere. God damn it. I say this is our radius of builds.
Yeah.
Well, fuck it. I'm going to take the trek back home.
Okay. You want taking a horse?
No, I already took horse from you. I'm good.
Okay. No problem. Hey, good luck here, your
Yes.
adventure.
Thank you.
Yes.
Good luck, Bill.
Yes. Boat goes
Yes.
binted.
Bogus bint.
There he go.
Yeah. Everything is just fucking pirate. Every time anyone leaves is like Luna bailed the ship. And then when they join back, Luna joined the crew.
Oh, oh. Butelka wody. Latarnia morska. Złota marewka. Oh, I were to search for stuff in Polish. Oh my god. No. Powedeski. Oh, no. English, please, back. I'm gonna do English Canada.
The regeneration potion is called Brew of Feeling Better Slowly.
Nothing even changed in Canadian here. What's the point? I feel like this center island needs more to it.
But this one?
Yeah.
What do we do with the thing?
No, it stays.
Okay.
For now we don't change it. I feel like it needs something. I don't know what, but oh. I like that the bridges are in one chunk.
Yeah.
Polish currency has some
Totally intentional.
etymological connection to gold. Actually, I think so. Oh, I mean, we have a plethora of land. I still want to make like some sort of alien pond somewhere. For this guy, because I feel so bad, he just kind of... I had two ideas. Either the pond, or we just make like an aquarium where it can like go through small little like... tubes.
Well, like a
Like...
What?
But it would be glass, right? And you can see it. I don't know if
Right.
it'll swim through it, but like something like that, and it would just like continue.
Not sure. I was thinking like a cube, like a dark cube that was that has illuminated with like green stained glass or something like that.
Oh.
That is like swimming through little tunnels across, and it's like it looks like you know the old screensaver, where the tube like goes all the way around.
Yes.
Yeah, use that as a cube.
Yeah, could do that. Yes.
But I remember you were saying that you didn't want to do an aquarium.
Yeah, but I thinking here, and you know, it's like, you know, it would probably just look the best. Because if we make an alien pond, right? If we make a bloody pond, you've got to consider it, right? It's like we would need to get the parts for it, and then like It's just so complicated. But if we just bloody do the aquarium, then we just need glass and some light and water. Big difference. I'm lazy.
Thank you for the honesty.
Look, we've built a weeping angel, a peanut, that thing.
Yeah.
I'm still putting off the damn satellite. You want to build that today? You want to just finalize the satellite?
We can do that. I need more
This-
dirt.
Wait, why dirt?
Or shape.
So you didn't want to make it like diagonal?
What? I think that was the plan.
Well, but
I needed dirt to shape it.
oh, because it looks like it's pointing, like it's gonna point up.
Oh, do you want it pointing up?
No.
Yeah, that's why I needed more dirt, because I wanted to make it diagonally. You see, I started on the right side, as you can see, but I kind of just ran out of dirt, and I just didn't continue, because I think you joined at that point, and we did something else.
Oh. Let's go. You do the loop-de-loop tempo. And your shoes are looking good.
Looking good.
I'm really excited for the Peanut Voices of the Void stream playthrough. Hey, why you're laughing?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Is this two up or no? Oh.
Could do the same on the other side.
Over here?
Yeah, because I think I started it already from that side. So it starts from yeah.
Now you listen to me.
Yep.
I don't know.
Yep. Yeah, no corners on that.
And this is why I'm not allowed to have caffeine. Because, literally, I'm telling you what. I don't even know who I am anymore. But I have a
Oh.
plan, Arthur. I have a plan.
Sister, I'm tired.
Sister, that one makes me... That one right there makes me not very howdy-doody. I ain't feeling very howdy-doody about that one right there.
Makes me weep and holler.
I'm dying, sister.
Beep, 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 beep. Fucking ugly cry.
But you know what they say. My wife, she's dead. Very nice, I like.
He tricked the people on that country into thinking it was a documentary of their land. That guy is not real.
Oh, it's so beautiful here. I'm dizzy. I'm losing
Maybe-
oxygen in my brain.
Maybe you should pause the like accent.
I cannot doing that. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Okay.
We're trying to do this like diagonal thing, so we're not raising it too much. I don't think.
Yes.
Just make sure it's the same on the left as is on the right.
But why is here is going like this, but over here is not? Is no.
Because it's already like a bow. So this is like the wall of the bow.
Oh.
Now I don't know if it looks good on the outside. I have to check.
I don't know.
Hello.
Hey, what your? We're making here satellite. Yes. Oh, Technologia. Wow. You ever playing The Voices of the Void? Okay. Hey, why is dirt? So I did mess it up.
There we go.
Okay.
Yep. Did it do it all? Wait. Is that right? Yes. And then this is raised too. Three, and then this is going inwards, like so. There we go.
This here, the first half,
What's up?
it's gonna go up, like, it's gonna like close.
Yeah,
It's like a
now
dome.
This is now the middle part of it, the ones that the thing that I'm building now, and then after that one, it goes inwards.
Oh,
If that makes sense.
the power within. The power within.
Why
The
do I
power
recognize that?
within. It's a SpongeBob.
Oh yeah.
The power within.
They were
Yeah.
fucking psychedelic with it a lot of the time.
The older episodes are insane. It's just like you just don't think about it as a kid, but then you watch as an adult, and you're like, what in the seven hells is going on here?
There we go.
Yeah.
And now it goes in.
Hey, you
Raise
like-
this by 3?
You like gorillas?
Yeah.
Well, of course you do. You referenced them earlier with Melancholy Hill.
The newer
what
stuff
point-
is like okay, but some of it is good. It's like humility.
I like humility.
Isolation.
Yeah. I mean, I really like their weirder sounds. Their gorillas sounds, I guess. But my favorite song by them...
Hold on. Is that how it sounds?
No, that was just me.
Two.
Oh! That sounds like mockery. Hey, sorry. This not...
It sounded like you were just doing like a Courage the Cowardly Dog impression. Go up twice.
The things I do for love.
Ooh, the things I do for love.
Muriel!
I won't do it, but I won't like it.
Now this right here is a dirt block, or my name's not Jose Santos in Guatemala. And it's not.
And it ain't.
They just ain't making shows like that no more, I'm telling you what. I have a problem.
What's up?
I can't stop doing the voices.
What were you saying about gorillas?
I like their weird music. Their weirder tracks. Like it's the Gorillaz sound, but it's weird. But my favorite song by them is a song called Empire Ants.
Empire Ants.
Yeah. I don't really know how to explain it. You'd have to listen.
I'm listening.
I have a whole story behind why. But I'll let you listen first. You liking this?
Yeah. Also, I'm noticing you're not doing so it goes inwards on the other side.
Why no?
You see how the blocks ends here? No. You done it right. It's just you need to expand on it to the side as well.
Ooh. Like this way.
It starts from so one block below you. You know the 3 below. You need to increase that.
This right here.
Yeah. Yeah, there we go. And then on the side is 2 as well. On yeah, there.
Here
You know, below you,
is 2.
those 2, yeah.
Oh, okay.
And then the ones.
And one more one.
And one more one.
Is good.
Yeah.
Wow.
We have to check how it looks now. I don't know how to get down.
Oh. So my story behind that song that you're listening to, or we're listening to, I was on VR chat very late at night with a friend. It was like, it had to be like 5 in the morning. And we went to this like beach world, but it was like it's space beach. And there was just this dude. there listening to music, but like through their mic. It was a mute, but they listened to music through their mic. And essentially, we were like, "Yo, this is good music," and they were playing like Leatherette, which is just another kind of like Daft Punk esque group.
Yeah.
Also looks good. I like it.
You like it?
Yes.
Should we do the? So you see at the bottom, it's kind of like slightly connected to
Yeah.
to the wall of it. Should we do that on the top? I don't know how much we want it to be curved. Maybe we should start like rounding it up at the top.
I think so too. Yeah. I think we should
Okay.
just round it up. Yeah. Right now.
But yeah, the song sounded good. I thought it was gonna be something more
Yeah.
experimental.
Yeah.
With the way you like described it, I thought it was gonna be like
Well,
was
that
that-
song is not
song. Saturn.
Saturn. I
something.
really like. Is that that's no Saturn Burns, right? Like all my life, knife. I like that song too. I used to hate it.
Yeah.
I actually used to hate that song. No, it's just the song. That song in particular is my favorite because of the connection with VR chat and that world. And the person basically, we were laying down in VR, like looking at the sky.
Do
And-
scaffolding.
What?
Scaffolding.
I don't have, but don't worry, I have a lot of dirt. Oh, well then we would, right. I put it away, I'll go grab it.
Continue though.
Essentially they did this crazy sound setup, and they were explaining it. Because they unmuted afterwards, and basically they were like, they plugged their vinyl into this setup that connected into their VR, into their computer. And they were like, we added them on Discord, and they were showing off this entire setup, and it was crazy. And that was the first song they played. I don't know where the other scout. It might be in the base.
Unless it's way back.
No, I brought it for sure.
Okay.
It's not a toilet, you land. I don't know, I just have this connection to, like, how great that night was, even though it was 5 in the morning. And their whole setup, and it was so cool. And how much I wanted that setup. It looked like a spaceship sound setup. That's how crazy it was.
Hell yeah.
Hey man,
Yep.
it's not here.
Okay.
I have 12 on me, but like, where did the rest go? I could swear I brought it here. Hey, chat room. Thank you for hanging out today. Appreciate. You found it?
No.
Oh. What the
Well,
hell?
we could just use your 12, I guess.
Honestly, I could have just made a water thing.
Probably.
Whoa. Where? 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 Alternative. Idea. Hold on. Now I got me some 20 scaffolding. See that? Oh, I'm sorry, it's muted. What are I putting? Here?
Yeah.
Perfect. Watch me one block off. Oh. Oh! Now what?
You can fill in corners here.
Fill in corners?
Yeah. Yeah.
You like the police? This band?
Roxanne.
Yes!
Yeah.
And Sting.
Sting.
It's same singing guy.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, they're good. I can't see. There we go.
Yeah. Should get some light in here, am I right?
Yeah.
We're about to get flashbanged.
Home.
If they're sleeping here, then it's gonna be very bright.
Uh.
Oh. Oh.
Why my brain crashing?
Huh?
My brain is just crashing out. There we go. Wait. This is the 2. Is this right? This doesn't feel right.
No, not from this side.
Oh,
What I did?
there we go. That should be right. Then. No, that's.
No. Oh, yes. No.
I'm okay.
Holy smokes.
Half a heart.
Oh my god. Is good?
Yeah. Wait. Where's the
1,
center?
2, 3.
Here.
It's center's 2.
Center is 2, which is correct here. Correct here. Wait. Why does it look like this and look like that?
I don't know.
So,
Is
wait.
4? No.
Wait. Hold on. Wait. 2, 4? Hmm? Hmm? Wait. Oh.
What?
So you see this goes like up like a stair. Well, on this side is a more.
Okay, so D.
Wait, let's see. I can mark actually. This is the middle.
So it's 3.
Yes, that is correct.
What about? No. Yes, we're making here the satellite. Three. It's not good.
Fuck ass dog bailed ship. Okay, I think I fixed it now.
Um.
There we go.
Cause it's 3, then 3 down. So this no. Wait, no. Cause now it's 4.
What do you mean for?
Look. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Oh no.
but these two aren't here.
Yes.
There we go.
And then
Yes, now it should be correct.
no.
No?
Yes.
Yes?
Okay, it's good.
Okay.
Wait.
No.
What is problem?
There we go.
What?
What are you looking at?
The hole.
What happened here?
I don't know. Yes? Yes.
Right?
Yes. 1, 2,
Yeah.
3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes. Yes.
Okay. Now just do one more check
No.
downstairs. Okay.
1, 2, 3. Look.
Wait.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
4, 4. No. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes. Okay. Good. Fix. I think.
Okay.
Or no. I'm gonna. It's the lanterns. They're warping my. Almost poem Roy. Okay, then it's it's okay. Okay. Now what?
Well, now we have to check downstairs just so to double check that it looked good. So it's here.
Hey, Rain.
Wow. I'm glad there is no snow here.
Yeah. Very strange biome. Very alien.
How'd that look?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, yes, but you see how the lower half it has like this, like
The like wall thing?
yeah. Should we add
I
that
was
up top?
asking, this was the exact thing I was asking you. I was like, nah, it's good.
Well, what do you think? Cause I'm like either or, but
We could probably add it, see how it looks, and then go from there. Here, let me just add it, and then you see.
okay. I think maybe just if we... Let me make sure it's rendering, because it's... I have to, like, move up to render it. I think one more added layer.
What direction?
Like, the... The problem is that this side is, like, horizontal. 4, I think it's 4 blocks, right? And the upper section is only... Is it 2? I don't know how to explain. Because this 4 bottom is... Or this bottom is 4.
Try to explain it again.
Okay, so... The very, very bottom on the side here is 4 blocks.
This one.
Yeah. That's 4 blocks. The top section is 2 blocks, and it's thicker, I feel like. Does that make sense? That's what it was. Yeah, that was way better. I just needed that
Okay.
side bit. That's all that was like. It was throwing me off because it was well, you get it.
Yeah. So something like that.
Yeah.
I just need to fix it on the other side as well, because I only fixed... What do you call it? Yeah. Like that.
Yes. Yes.
Hmm.
No. Yes? No, it looks correct. Oh, no, it doesn't. It's...
Like, I'm looking at the top and it's just kind of cut off,
Yeah.
which is what I was trying to avoid with the way it was shaped before.
But also, the two top ones on the left are 4, and that one's 2 and...
Oh, you're right. How do I do that?
Oh, wait. And what are you thinking?
I see it's hard with these kinds of shapes.
Huh?
It's just hard to imagine it with these kinds of shapes.
Yeah. I don't know. And why I know and I don't know? What the? That needs to get destroyed. It's plaguing up the place. What is that? Oh, hell nah. I think it looks good, and then we just add the, like, you know... Tokyo Tower! Wow! I think it looks okay. Hello.
Hello. How's that?
I think it looks good.
Okay.
It'll be easier to envision if we have the, you know, the antenna like pole thing.
Yeah.
Also, did you see this? Who
What?
building the Eiffel Tower?
I did see that.
We gonna killing this.
Yeah.
No good. Whoa. What in the hell? I ain't never seen. What is that? When did that get built?
What, the Eiffel Tower?
No, the house.
The modern house? I don't know. Kind of just appeared.
Whoa. Crazy. Yes.
So do you want anything else changed with this, or?
Hmm. I mean I think it looks good.
Okay.
I think it'll look. I mean, obviously we need to like replace it with smooth stone or something for it to like fully, or whatever we use.
Yeah, I probably would do like a sort of frame around the whole thing, and then the middle part of it is something else.
A frame.
Yeah, you have like one block at the edge of the whole thing
Oh, okay, okay. Mm-hmm.
to frame it, and then you have the middle part.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Where'd the little like thingy go that like points out the?
Oh, it probably go from the edge here to the middle part of it. You know, it goes diagonally like a
Yeah.
triangle.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have any more blocks, so I can't really build it.
I'm just trying to envision it because I'm fried this brain.
Wait, where's the center here? Center is here. And how high? I'll probably go to that point. So they will go from here to that point.
Wait, why from?
Hmm?
Why from here?
Well, I imagine you want four of these to go straight to the middle.
Ah, okay, yes, yes. Okay, 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 okay. I understanding. It'll be like, yeah. Okay, okay, okay.
Wait, what does that say in chat?
Someone has made the advancement Monster Hunter, and that one was acquire hardware.
Slim accomplished something. Scurvy slaughter. Get your hardware.
Oh my god.
So something like that.
Yes. Okay, I understanding.
And obviously, same thing from the top.
Mm-hmm.
But it's gonna be a little harder from the top, maybe. Maybe I can build it from here.
Okay.
Yeah, something like that. Oh, okay. I can remove that.
What do you think, chat? Maybe we should be like further out a little bit.
How it looking?
It might. Hmm.
Be honest.
What's up?
Be honest. How's it looking?
I think it needs to go out like maybe one more block, but then it wouldn't really. I can't really. You might have to come and look. Because you have the vision. Sorta. Oh!
I mean, it looks decent enough.
Okay. I think when it looks like with the right material, it'll work better. I think the dirt is like throwing me off a little bit.
A little.
Yeah.
Okay, so material in that case.
I don't know. just normal stone, and then the frame would be like no.
No, go on.
I'm just trying to think of like, because I think the material for the, I don't know what it is, the antenna part, the part that goes, it's in the middle. I think that would
Yeah.
be something different, right? Because it has to look more like metal.
Right.
The frame part could be maybe cobble, and then the main part could just be smooth stone. But is that too much smooth stone with the one that with the amount that we're already using?
See, don't get me wrong. Smooth stone does look good. I don't like the way it's framed.
Mm-hmm.
Like it makes a lot of squares.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. Which I feel like it would ruin the like aesthetic of the satellite.
Mm-hmm.
Like the idea that you have with this using normal smooth, normal stone.
Mm-hmm.
That one I feel like could work better. Cobblestone as a frame could definitely work.
So, but yeah, we could just, it's kind of like the Weeping Angel, but satellite.
Yeah.
And then we'll make the antenna part like, I don't know, could be deep slate.
Could be.
And like the actual end of it, I don't know, copper? Maybe? Copper
Is
block?
interesting. Because that one will oxidize over time.
Oh yeah.
Will not be orange all the time, it will turn green.
Unless we use honey, right?
That is true. We could make it waxed. Do we have stone?
Wait, what's up?
Stone.
Stone? I know where we can get a bunch. The Weeping Angel.
Yeah.
I'll be right back real quick.
Okay.
Alright, chat room. I'm gonna call it, because I'm hungry. I'm hungry. Oh, I'm hungry. I feel like Gamer Subs makes me, like, way hungrier, and I had a pretty big breakfast today, so... Guys, thanks for hanging out today. We'll probably finalize the satellite off stream, and then you'll be able to see it. So, thanks for hanging out today. Be back tomorrow. Tomorrow might be Subnautica Day. I actually have a quiz that I gotta do today or tomorrow. Today or tomorrow. I don't know. I'm checking soon. And I think that's it. Try to think if there's anything else. Again, long stream. Well, how this happening, this Minecraft, man? Crazy. Alright. GG's. Thank you for hanging out today. Be sure to follow my socials. Join my Discord, or join my Discord with temporary link. Who out here streaming on Twitch.tv today? Big boy! I said it, so we're gonna raid. We're gonna raid Big Boy. I wrote raid boy. Okay. Thank you here for hanging out. Be back tomorrow. I don't know with what yet. I don't know. It might be Subnautica 2. It's more likely to be Subnautica 2 than anything else. But we shall see. GG's. Say what's up to Big Boy. TYVM for hanging out. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace.